Hey everybody, it is Wednesday, May 25th, 2016, and here we are. It is the Alaboom, and I have my cohorts in crime. And Anthony's actually here on time to begin with. It's pretty amazing. That's pretty stunning. So thank you, Anthony, for making the
I,
effort.
I just had to mute the mic to yell at my kids to go to bed. So.
What a good father you are. So Barry's chomping down some ice cream.
Yes.
Okay, good for you, Java.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get you like a bowl of like weird frog creatures that you can reach in and then just eat one well on camera.
Like some gelatin frog things.
Yeah, you can just reach in there and grab it, and we'll have to make that happen. And the super skinny man, Keith Collins.
How y'all doing tonight?
I'm doing. I had a thunderstorm come through this afternoon, and I got to watch. It was like instant karma. I was watching some poor soul driving a giant truck of building materials and dropping them off at somebody's house in the middle of just sheets of rain coming down. And like, not only did he drop it off, but obviously he had to like cover it in tarps as well. And so he was just not a happy camper. And I was like, oh man, that guy, that stinks. And then I go to my backyard, and I was going to let my dogs out because they were whining to go outside, and then I watched as my fence blew over. I was just like, womp womp. But I decided, I made the decision that I was going to wait until the thunderstorm was over before I went out there to fix it. So I at least could wait for the elements. But that was what I did today. When as soon as I got to do home repair. Anybody else do anything exciting?
I got to do a bunch of crappy crap at work. So
good.
I got to do stuff for my trip to India.
For your work.
Yeah.
That sounds worse than the crap I had to deal with.
Just put that anywhere, Barry. I think Barry just disconnected himself. he moved his. Oh, there he goes. Now he's back.
Here.
All right. I thought maybe you had exploded or something.
Nah.
Put that empty pipe on your head.
Is that a Snoopy blanket or rug or pillow right there?
This is the one I usually have on during the summer. The winter one got packed away.
I recognize the doghouse. God, my eyesight is brilliant.
Snoopy is one of my favorite characters.
Snoopy is pretty amazing. I always thought it was weird that like Charles Schultz passed away the day after the final Peanuts cartoon came out. It was like almost like
he died when he was done, right? That was it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was just like I'm done, and then the next day he passed away. Like he was.
He had nothing to live for.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Couldn't have been because he was old.
Well, he was old and he was very sick too. So
So maybe the sickness is why he quit doing the Peanuts.
My favorite. I think I've probably said this before. My favorite. My absolute favorite Peanuts cartoon. Was when Linus they always were leaning against that fence, and they'd have they'd have their elbows up on the fence. The kids are just sitting there talking, and then you had to think like these are kids that are like in like what they're like 7, 8 years old, so that fence had to be like really short, that stone fence. But anyway, so they're sitting there and like and like whatever Charlie Brown was complaining about his life. And Linus said, life is rarely all one way, Charlie Brown. You win some, you lose some. And then Charlie Brown looks at him and says, really? That'd be neat. Just, always a loser. But, I don't know. Peanuts, if you go back and read like really early Peanuts, it was like crazy. Like
early Peanuts was the good stuff. I didn't like it after later. I like reading the old stuff the most.
Yeah, Snoopy killed the Peanuts, kind of.
Well, when he became like popular, and it was what was the here's a good trivia question. What was the name of the comic strip before it became Peanuts?
I wasn't born. I don't know.
Well, neither was I. But I mean, I
Rakano probably was.
I don't remember what it was.
it's called Little Friends, is what it was called.
Ah.
And then for whatever reason, yeah, they changed it to Peanuts. You can probably look it up and figure it out. But yeah, he called it Little Friends. But anyway, so anybody play anything new or hey, it's Kabuki.
Hello.
And Lord Javi is here. He's not actually working. Of course, Paul, thank you. Thank you, classic long-time listeners.
Where's Chris Peach?
Where's where's
He
Joe
won't be here
Wiggins?
unless Travis is on.
Where's Joe Wiggins? Did Chris Peach? I think Chris Peach's game funded, didn't it? It funded.
I think
Not
it
sure.
did.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him. Kabuki said, I think it was Little Folks. Well, maybe you're right. I don't know.
Well, Jim's here.
Jim! How far in the bag is he? Any votes?
2 scotches, at least.
2 scotches. Okay, let's see when he comes in. Bart might join us later tonight, too.
8 scotches.
Hey, for Bob.
The longer it takes him to figure out how to turn on his camera.
Bart or Jim is in 8 scotches.
Well,
Bart's
Either
8.
one.
That's what I'm going with.
he's taking his time, taking his sweet time.
I
Anybody-
picked up Karuba from Haba today.
Oh yeah, what did you think of that?
It's light. It's a Haba game, for God's sakes. But it's kind of solitaire, but it's not. I mean, it is solitaire, basically, when you're playing your board. But it's interesting how you get the exact same tiles between 2 people, and totally different things happen with them. So it's an interesting game. But I think it's got an uphill battle for the Spiel versus Codenames because that's just so accessible. So we'll see.
Yeah, all right, that's fair. I actually have like kind of weird TMG news. There is a decent shot that Ponzi scheme will be at Gen Con.
Yay!
So people who wanted a copy of a game that apparently only had 100 copies printed off or something, will be able to snag one in August.
That's wonderful news.
And, so that's it's still up in the air. Obviously it's the whole production schedule and the slow boat and whatever. So see if it happens.
Thanks for joining us, Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Where you may be, he probably knocked down his tapestry or whatever, and he's floundering on the floor at this point. I don't know. Anybody play anything new besides Karuba?
I taught myself Broom Service tonight.
I played that. I prefer Witch's Brew, but you can't get a hold of that anymore anyway, so it doesn't make any sense if you say that. But
And nothing else new, no sir.
I played Outlive a couple times. That's on Kickstarter. That's a pretty good game if you like post-apocalyptic worker placement. Plus, it's got the cool thing where I like it in worker placement. Like the workers have different levels of power, or the workers activate differently. The workers have like a 3, a 4, or 5, and then when you place them into a spot, you get a certain number of actions depending upon the number that's on there. And plus, if you put your strong worker onto a place where other people's workers are, they can muscle them and steal resources from them. So it's kind of a cool little thing where you can you actually can have some conflict going on in the game as well. I'd say it's like a post-apocalyptic game, but it's also a combination, a little bit of like the Fallout Shelter game, whatever, for phones and mobile devices. You guys know about that one? Basically.
Yeah, I've played it.
So, because you have a little like a little bunker that you have to take care of too, that you put your people in that you save, and you got to make sure that they have food and water and what have you. So
board game versions of apps is what you just said made me think of, I am totally fascinated with the Vikings Gone Wild.
Very, very introductory, in my opinion, deck builder. I mean, it's definitely a gateway deck builder game, but it's still a lot of fun. I mean, because of the fact that it's just,
But I mean,
well,
it really is Clash of Clans in a board game.
well,
Another way.
because Vikings Gone Wild is Clash of Clans with Vikings,
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's a Clash of Clans clone, but I mean, they did a good job of making it feel kind of like those type of games.
yeah, I mean, it's just it's you get your beer or your gold, and then you turn that into resources that you then can use to claim buildings or claim Viking warriors, and then you can send your Viking warriors out to beat on your neighbors, and that's how you get points and stuff. So
That's what really fascinated me, though, is that you do beat on your neighbors, but for the most part, it doesn't hurt them too badly. It might take one resource from them from each building,
yeah, you
but
can steal resources, but
otherwise, it doesn't set them back any.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't disable the thing at all. The only reason you put like a symbol on there is just basically so another person can't attack them. So
Right.
you can't all attack the same person.
And it's kind of interesting because going later in turn is an advantage because you've got your whole hand of cards. You don't have to hold anything back to bluff with, but by the same token, there may not be much left to raid when it comes around to you as well. So it's actually a pretty neat design for a very basic deck building game.
Yeah, and the
I'm
artwork
intrigued.
is cool, and
The artwork's fantastic. So
it's very indicative of the. I didn't even know there was an app. Honestly,
I didn't
mentioned-
either until I started watching a video. And literally, when I saw the name Vikings Gone Wild, I'm like, well, that just sounds stupid. Other than I pictured you, woo! But other than that, but when I actually watched it, I was fascinated with it. I watched 2 different run-throughs of the stupid thing. So,
Jim, you're muted. There you go.
Hey guys, how you doing?
We were worried maybe you couldn't figure out your camera because you were like, how many scotches are you in tonight already?
0 tonight.
Wow, we were all if we
Yeah.
were playing Prices Right, they would have gone. You all gone over, and then we would have had to
No.
re-guess.
No, Keith has got me inspired to start a new morning ritual, and so it precludes.
so you
me
drink
from
in the
drinking
morning
a lot.
instead?
Yeah,
That's right.
Just
That's right.
drink as much as you can between 8 and 10 a.m., and then the rest of the day will just take care of itself.
That way you've got the rest of the day to burn it off. That's right.
What there's more. There's a day.
Yeah.
So I haven't talked to you since you got back from Japan.
I was in
as long
Japan.
as it's not rehashing. How was it?
I got short.
Obviously, somebody doesn't read the TMG newsletter.
The abridged story is it was a lot of fun. I got homesick after I'd been there for a while, but that's normal for me. After if I'm away from home for more than 3 or 4 days, I start to miss my family, and I missed them terribly. And it was compounded by the fact that I really didn't have the capability to talk to them. I mean, like the internet is spotty at best, and so trying to like talk to them via Skype was difficult. And but it was a wonderful experience. The differences in culture were both enlightening and inspiring in a lot of ways. And I won't say I'll never go back because I mean I think it would be really cool. But if I ever did go back, I'd want to bring my wife with me. Or just like my kids would be too young, to go. But so maybe when my kids got older, like when they're teenagers, just to experience it. But I'd really like to take my wife sometime. There was a lot of really beautiful temples that we walked around in. That were very peaceful and very just kind of awe-inducing, and I think she would have enjoyed that a great deal. And then when we went to this like fishing town by the ocean, she would have enjoyed that. So it was like there's a lot of things where I was like there, and I was like, oh, my wife would really like this, and so yeah, there you go. I mean, it was when we run into each other and have dinner, I'll tell you more stories in person. But yeah, it was good.
It's interesting because Tawny Petite, the woman who did the internal artwork for my game, my new one, spent 2 weeks in Japan also, and she spent a lot of time posting photos and videos. And from an artist's point of view, it's got to be really inspiring to see some of the stuff that they've got there.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really good. I mean, it was kind of like a once in a lifetime type of experience, that I got to go for. So I have to be very pleased that the option was made to me, and I am obviously. So,
That's great.
like I said, and and you can go back if you were really bored. You can go back and read the read the stuff that I did and everything like that, or listen
Not
to the
that
things that I
bored.
said. Yeah.
Not
So
that bored.
there you go. So did you see that Miniature Market got copies of Food Chain Magnet, and we're selling them for $135.
I didn't see the price, but I heard about it.
Cool
And,
Stuff was selling them for 110.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
They sold out right away, too.
Yeah, they sold out in about 5 seconds, and they started off with something like, I think it was like 20 copies. Miniature Market did, and they're down to 3 at $135 a pop.
Miniature Market just started. They redid their whole review corner.
They redid
now
their whole
also.
website. I am not a fan.
Neither am I.
I just it's
Same
Yeah.
thing, just different look,
It-
but they didn't
it's-
clean it up any.
It's too white.
Yeah, it is kind of cool. It is.
There's just too much white on the page.
Yeah, it is kind of blinding, and it's just kind of like, I will say this: their whole thing of like, we're not sponsored by them in any way, shape, or form, but their ability to like just they'll hold whatever you purchase and
That's
just
pretty cool.
yeah, I mean that for me is perfect. I mean, it's just because like I rarely can put $100 of the games together that I want to buy, and
Right.
so and the fact that they basically say, yeah, just I mean, and to be fair, Cool Stuff will do it too, but you got to call them and you got to leave a note, and there's this kind of rigmarole that you have to go with, and
Well,
they
the
have
$6 shipping's not bad either if you just want to get it.
yeah,
So
it's true.
If it's somewhere in the middle. I just wish they'd put your damn shipping information on your order once it ships, which they don't have on the new page.
Yes, they don't. And the thing is that I finally, after I had many things on there, because I was just like, I forgot about it. And then, like, I ordered a couple of things or whatever from them, and I realized, well, I called them up. I didn't even send them an email. I called their 800 number, talked to a guy. It took 20 seconds. The guy's like, all right, I'll put those up for being sent, and we'll send them. And then, but I didn't get an email from him with the tracking number or anything like that, so I have no way of tracking the stuff that I had them send. Which no big deal. I'm sure it's on its way and it'll get here, but a minor annoyance. But yeah, the new website. But I suppose it's one of those things where you'll just get used to it, right? But they could have done better.
Any worse than the old one to me, so.
Hey, they have some. I just saw they have some brand new Shadows of Brimstone miniatures for sale.
They do.
Yes, they do.
And they're selling very well, so I'm very happy for Flying Frog. Good for them.
I'd like to just also I forgot. All right, here we go. Solidarity. I still completely.
And once again, I tell you can open it. It does not bother me if you open it.
Nope. I made a promise. I'm a man of my word. So.
I know you are, and I know you would do it, but really, it's okay.
I know, but see, like what other people don't know is that he says it's okay, and then he like sends me emails saying.
No.
So
See, no. See, here's the thing. Now, the person you piggybacked on paid the extra money. So if he's willing to pay the extra money for it and everything, you should get to enjoy it. So enjoy.
No. I enjoy mentioning it every week. So there you go.
My stuff will arrive and I won't tell you and see how long you keep the box closed.
That's fine because in 2018 when we finally get it, like we'll even have the presence of mind to like play it at that point. I can't even. I mean, I've heard putting the miniatures together is just a giant pain.
Yeah.
So
the funny thing about it is Marco piggybacked on me, and I never mentioned to him that I wasn't paying for the extra shipping or anything. He's never asked me. I think he's forgotten about the fact that all this extra stuff is still coming to him at some point.
Oh, really?
I have no idea. So
He's got a good memory. I bet he does.
yeah, like he didn't say anything. Like he didn't say, "Hey, are you gonna piggyback on the you're gonna pay the 1.5 shipping?" Nothing. He's never responded. I never said anything to him. So either he just knows from me watching the show on the after thing that I am so pissed off about it, or really doesn't care at this point. I have no idea. But
Hey, and also I saw that they released the Ninja Turtle Dice Masters.
Yeah.
Who cares? I just I keep looking at my because like the first set, I have the complete set of the first one, and I just keep thinking I should sell that. Because it's worth a little bit of money, to have all the rares and everything.
Dice Masters is good if you've got somebody to sit down and play it with, but there's a lot of other good games too. So
yeah,
there's
No,
just so much of it. That's the problem.
It's saturated so badly. I think that's my issue.
Like, how many different Spider-Man dice do we need? I'm fine with them expanding and making different cards, but really, do we need new dice for every single new, Age of Ultron? Let's make new Captain America die.
Just do a new card and leave the die alone, right?
That's what I'm saying. I would actually prefer if they did, expansions, new characters that weren't there before. Add those in. That's fine, but we don't have to keep making new dice of the same thing. And the dice are the same. They're not different. They're just a different color scheme.
Yep.
The numbers on them are the same. They don't change. So you could play, the second Captain America characters with the first Captain America dice. It doesn't matter. The numbers are all the same.
They're trying to defray the cost of the molds that they made.
Well, they say that so both people can play with a different Captain America. But you can't play with two different Captain Americas in your army. That's the rule. So, my dice never get mixed with your dice. So it doesn't matter that I have the blue ones and you have the red ones. It doesn't matter.
Interesting.
But the one thing about the Ninja Turtle ones is at least that's it. It came in one box and that's it. There's no.
Well, I was gonna say, how could they have gravity boxes or whatever for that? With it would just be like, it just wouldn't work, right? I mean,
Right.
I couldn't think of a possibility of that. So, yeah, because there just aren't that many. You have Casey Jones, and you have April, and you have Shredder, and you have the Turtles, and you have Splinter. And then if you're gonna go, I don't know if you're gonna go strict comic book, I don't know if Bebop and Rocksteady were even in the comic book from Eastman and Laird. I don't know if they were even in that.
Yeah, but they're not Eastman and Laird Ninja Turtles. They're Nickelodeon Ninja Turtles.
Well, yeah, but Eastman and Laird owns or they're it's still their intellectual property.
No, I know that, but this is based off of the Nickelodeon series, not off of the...
Nickelodeon's on the box.
Gotcha. All right. So then, yeah, they'd have Bebop and Rocksteady, I guess, and then you'd have the weird aliens that that live in the middle of the androids or whatever. And I suppose some Foot, the Foot Clan, or not the Foot Clan. The Foot.
Yeah.
That's what they're called. Because the whole thing started off as they were trying to do a parody of Daredevil, and that's why it was called the Foot instead of the Hand. That was what they were trying to do.
And that's where they got Splinter instead of Stick.
Yep. And then also the other thing that they said was I remember reading something like one of the reasons why they came up with the idea was that Peter Laird, I think? I don't know, but he was over at Eastman's apartment, and they were cooking food or whatever, and he he was using a cheese grater, and then he actually like started thinking, well, what if I put like if you strapped a cheese grater on your forearm and like you use that to fight with, and that's where the whole idea for the shredder came, and that was like one of the big like impetuses of the creation or whatever.
Do you remember when the comic book was really popular, the first one, and then there was so many different clones that came out?
Oh yeah, I mean there was like there was the elephant one. I remember the elephant one. It was like like adolescent something pachyderms or something.
The best one was the preteen dirty jean kung fu kangaroos.
I'll say this: the role playing game was actually pretty good. The game that they came out with that. Like it actually adopted, I think, the Champions rules, but they used the TMNT world or whatever and created it. And actually, that was actually pretty good the way they made that. The creation process or whatever was cool. Like the different types of animals that you could get as your group and what have you, and it was a pretty cool character creation process. So
I really like the Champions rules as a game system.
They were made for people to abuse it. I mean, it was like people with all the point buy and everything like that. It was made for min-maxing, but at that point, like it was fun just messing with it and the different powers and the different abilities and whatever. It was fun.
Well, the thing I liked about it was it really, if you had a good character concept, it let you build it. And it let you do it recognizing and playing weaknesses and limitations, which I really enjoyed.
Yeah, that was fun, and it was actually, but in my opinion, and I'm probably wrong here, but in my opinion, my favorite role-playing hero system was the old school villains and vigilantes. I really, really enjoyed that, and it sadly it didn't last very long. It had like 2 or 3 source books and a couple of modules and stuff like that, but it the publishing company kind of died on the vine. Hi, Kat. How are you today?
Yeah, I remember playing V&V when that first came out, and I think my first character was a sidekick. It was like, really? Come on.
I just remember in the box set for Villains and Vigilantes, I remember, it came with an adventure, and the whole premise of the adventure was great. It was that each of the heroes, like each person had to make a hero, and then each of the heroes were showing up at basically whatever the Sentinels, I think is what they were called, but they were like basically the version of the Avengers, and they show up at the Sentinels headquarters all at the same time, and they're all there basically to apply for membership to join the group. And what they don't know is that just prior to them being there, like the Sentinels' arch nemesis, whatever group they were, had actually attacked it and taken all the Sentinels hostage. And capture them, and so then the players have to kind of work their way through the Sentinels base to free them, and then the whole premise is that at the very end the Sentinels would offer a membership to the person that in their minds did the best or whatever, but in true role superhero form, you've worked together, so you say no thanks, we're going to form our own group, and we're going to do our own thing, that kind of thing. And so, but it was just really well done. I love that system. It was
Did you play Mutants and Masterminds?
I did. It was good too, and that's gone through so many different reiterations, whatever. I mean, for ease of use, the old Marvel Superheroes game by Jeff Grubb was really, really cool too. I mean, it was very simplistic. I mean, it's like, I have incredible strength and I have amazing agility, and just instead of stats, you listed those off, and my strength is monstrous, and then it worked out to being a point total of things, and that had a really cool character creation system as well, where you rolled dice and it was completely random. It was like, all right, so you have teleportation, claws, and you can breathe fire. You know, just like, okay, whatever, let's do this. Yeah, so it was a lot of fun with those. And like I remember like your origin. It was like, are you a mutant? Are you an altered human? Are you like high tech? Are you like an alien? Or like otherworldly and stuff like that. And depending on which one you got, you'd have certain bonuses and restrictions. It's cool stuff. So. But the problem with superhero games, role playing games, are they are great for like a one shot get together and play, but it's like you can't really level up a superhero. You know, it's like you kind of start off and it's like, well, you already can like throw cars down the street and you can shoot lasers with your eyes. What are you going to like level up to? You know, I just like so that's kind of like the problem, or whatever.
But it's interesting. We had a GM who ran our superhero group when we were playing Champions that ran it more like his world was to typical superhero worlds what DS9 was to typical Star Trek. So he made it a lot more about intrigue and problem solving, and people were actively using their points instead of buying down disabilities to buy languages or buy skills. And it was really intriguing in that sense, where he gave us a lot where we had to figure out, rather than the fight was like, you almost didn't want the fight because it got you nowhere, it just set you back.
That's cool. I'm trying to remember. DC had a decent one for a while, but that kind of died on the vine. The one really cool thing about DC was that they actually had, when the Watchmen Watchmen comic book was actually coming out, there is a very highly sought after module for the DC role-playing game that is about the Watchmen, because it actually details a lot of background and has origin stories for a lot of the heroes that are mentioned in the comic book that never really got any kind of explanation of who they were or what they did or anything like that. And so for that reason, it's like a highly sought after book, because of the background information of it. Yeah.
I have a PDF of it. I don't have the actual book, the physical one.
Yeah, of the Watchmen one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I have it somewhere in my boxes of stuff. So.
Has anybody played Achtung Cthulhu?
I have, and it's actually pretty cool. Actually, the Achtung Cthulhu that I like, but I play it using the oh man, I can't remember the name of the rule set. There's a book that's a role playing game that's about being a superhero in the military in World War II, and I can't think of the name of it right now. And it's a fantastic. I mean, the book itself is just a great read because they actually have an alternative history of the entire situation. But Achtung Cthulhu will use it can use several different like different rule sets. It's more of like a source book. But yeah, and I played it using that rule set. I'm gonna World War II superhero RPG.
Yeah, I was going through stuff and came across this beauty.
Godlike was the was the thing. What? Oh, James Bond. When we great story. Well, and we still laugh about it to this day. We were going to get together and play the James Bond role-playing game one day, and we were all making characters. And this guy, we knew his name was Eric Gasson, and I haven't thought of him in years. And he made his character, and he named his character John, quotation marks, the Shaft, last name Shaft. That was, and to this day we still laugh about the fact that the super spy that he created was, yeah, who are you? I'm John the Shaft. Shaft. Just, all right. And I guess he was a bad mother. So
Shut your mouth.
But I'm talking about Shaft. No, yeah, Godlike. It's a pretty cool. It was like Arc Dream Publishing. I don't know if it's still in print or not, but it's like basically the idea is that for whatever reason, uh, superheroes like people all of a sudden started having powers during World War II, and they started gaining these abilities, and they aren't like multiple abilities. Like they'd have like they could fly really fast, or they were relatively bulletproof or something like that. But they would always usually have some sort of a like whatever power they had, it came with some sort of disability that came along with it. So it's like there was one guy they talk about who could turn invisible, which is amazing, but he had to close his eyes to do it. So he was invisible, but he couldn't see. So it's like so he had so like it was things like that, and like
That's how little kids turn invisible, isn't it? They close their eyes and think that
Yeah.
they can't see you, you can't see them.
but or like
The ravenous bug bladder beast of trawl.
I remember I played it once at a convention, and there was a guy that in our group that he could become super strong and bulletproof, but he had to be screaming and yelling obscenities while he did it. So like we couldn't be sneaky with him and do anything. And so so he would draw attention to us if he was trying to go through any process or anything. So it was stuff like that. It was just kind of a cool system, and plus it was like people didn't wear spandex or anything like that because even though you had these powers, you still somebody shot you with a machine gun, you were going to die. So like if anybody saw you with wearing a cape, it would just the snipers would just seek you out and try to blast you. So a cool system and a cool idea. And plus, if you ever get a chance to read the source book, it's really well done. I mean, it's just like the source book has like this entire alternate history that spans like 30, 40 pages in the book. It talks about the years before World War II, and then it goes through the whole process, and so it tells the whole story of World War II and what happens, and so then you can drop your characters into whatever era that you want to do and just go from that. But well worth checking out, and Octon Cthulhu for that matter, well worth checking out as well.
Well, the thing about Octon Cthulhu is there's a cover to one of their books that's got a woman detective type on the cover. She's wearing a white shirt, suspenders, has a hat on.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
I want that as a poster. I talked to the Mofidius guys and said, look, can you make a print of that for me? And this was last year, and they said, we're actually thinking about making prints of some of these covers and putting them up for sale, but I haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, she's got the pencil in her mouth, and then there's the tentacles, the shadow,
Yeah.
the tentacle shadows. Yep, I'm looking at a picture right now.
Yeah, that's just I think a really interesting print, and that it just captures so many things in that one image.
There you go.
That's the one.
Yeah. And I don't know why she's wearing the gloves. That really doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever.
Oh, she's gonna steal something, leaving no prints.
I like the fact that she the book that she's got her hand on actually is the Octon Cthulhu book. If you look. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. The thing is that there's always cool RPGs out there. It's just they, man, it's like I always wonder how all these companies are able to publish all of them and get all those books out there to do all those things that they do, because it would be tough. I don't know. It's just because of there's such a swath of options for people.
I'd like to see a role-playing game come out in the spirit of Charles Strauss's Laundry series. Have you read any of those?
I have not.
So basically the main character is named Bob Howard. It's an homage to Robert E. Howard. He's a computational demonologist, and it's a really interesting blend of everything that Lovecraft said really is true, but all this technology is involved also. It's a really fascinating blend of modern technology with this whole Cthulhu-type universe. His first book's called The Atrocity Archives. It's really quite good.
Awesome. What was the name of the author?
Stross, S-T-R-O-S-S, Charles. He's got a short story called A Colder War, which really sets the stage for a lot of what he's about.
Huh. I will endeavor to look into that and see if I can track one down.
Well, guys, I love y'all, but I've got to go to bed.
Well, it was nice of you to pop in and pop in sober. So
I'm always sober. Just sometimes I'm less sober than others.
Fair enough. All right, man. Well, you take care of
great
yourself.
Night. All right, sure. Ciao, guys.
All right, let's talk crap about him.
Didn't we do that before he came on?
Yeah, I suppose we did. Yeah. So I don't know. Has anybody did anybody order or pick up their Warhammer Quest Silver Tower?
Nope.
I actually found a the copy. I found one of the like on eBay, because like you can't, because of Games Workshop, it's like you can order through them for $150, or like you have to go through one of their dealers, and what so it's just like, so and unless a local game store like purchases, like, it's just the whole Games Workshop thing where it's like, if you want to do something like that, you have to basically sell your soul, and you have to promise to purchase this amount, and there's like, I don't know if you ever heard about this stuff, but it is crazy. It's like you have to purchase like this much of this stuff. You have to promise that like the display will be at a certain spot inside the store, and you have to have this much of shelf space devoted directly to Games Workshop things and stuff like that. And so none of my local game stores, they just dropped Games Workshop, so they were unable to get anything. And so, but there was a swath of copies of it, like, like, I mean, it's like $150 normally, but there's a ton of people that were like selling it for like $100, $110, free shipping. And so, I mean, relatively, I'm not cheap, but so I'm a sucker, and I bought one. I should be getting it tomorrow, so I'm interested to check it out and see if it still tantalizes me like it did before. But I'm sure it'll be horrible, and I'll ask myself why I did it and call myself an idiot for buying it sight unseen. But what do you do?
Well, if you're like most people on the internet, you would defend it to the death because you paid money for it, regardless of how bad it is.
There is that, right? It's.
I bought this, and it is good because I paid my good money for it. Because there is bad money that you can spend for things somewhere.
Totally.
You have to find the bad money, but apparently it's such a thing because a lot of people I know spend good money on things.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, I rarely buy anything off eBay. I mean, just because I just assume I'm going to get screwed if I go, and like, it's one of those things where, because there were a lot of them where they're like, oh, this one's $75, and I was like, oh, I should get that one, and then I realized it was like, oh, this is for just the miniatures. Just like somebody had like, for whatever reason, just removed the miniatures, and I don't know why they would do that, other than maybe they're just trying to piecemeal and squeeze out a few extra dollars or what have you. But I don't know. I mean, it is kind of weird that, like, I don't know if you guys have PlayStation 4s? I mean, I have no
I'm with
idea.
one.
You have one or you don't have one?
I do have one.
Are you going to play No Man's Sky when it comes out?
I don't know anything about it, so.
No Man's Sky. Did you ever play the PC game Freelancer? The like Rogue, which was the basically it was
Kind
like
of like Privateer?
yeah, like an open sandbox world where you just fly around and go to planets and figure out what they're doing and try to like exploit them and whatever. And
Yes, I've played something like that, yeah.
all right, so No Man's Sky is that No Man's Sky is basically, if you do some research into it, the engine for the game, the server for the game, is that it is like there's something like the game is going to create, as people are playing it, it's going to create the universe, and so when you find a planet, it'll be completely different, and there's a chance that somebody had found that planet prior to you, but it's most likely you could play, like they say, you might be able to play the entire game and you'll never run into another person and you'll never find somebody else's planet, but there is a chance that you will, and so when you land on the planet, you'll inspect it and you'll find animals on it, and you might find other alien races and things like that. And the thing is, if you're the one that discovers it, then you can name them, and then that permanently becomes part of this giant world. The thing is that they say there's going to be like 18 quintillion planets or something like that. And so it's just like the scope of the game is absolutely amazing. You can play as a trader, you can play as an explorer, you can play as a pirate, you can play as a mercenary. I mean, and you can go back and forth, and if you decide you don't want to be an explorer anymore, you can become a pirate, and if you don't want to be a pirate anymore, you can just sit there and go through the process of making your ship better, making yourself better, and everything like that. And it looks amazing, and it looks like the game Privateer and Elite and like Freelancer. Freelancer was, now that's like 10 years ago, but Freelancer was an amazing game where you could play as, you could play as a merchant, or you could play as same thing, And so I'm really excited to check this one out and really play it. But here's the deal. So, when I got interested in it like 2 months ago, I was like on Amazon and I was like, oh, you can buy the base game for $60, or you can buy the special version for $80. And in the special version, it comes with a few cool things. It comes with a cool comic book, and it comes in a little metal tin. And it's just like, I don't know what it is. Special versions of games still suck me in, and I'm stupid. It shouldn't, and I know.
You're talking to a guy that has a Fallout Pip-Boy, so I understand.
Yeah. So it's just like, so the thing is with this you can't find the limited edition for pre-order anywhere. Like, everybody's just bought up all the pre-orders. But there are literally hundreds, if not, of people that basically, these people that bought up the pre-orders are selling them for like $100 on eBay. So they're making $20 a pop. And all they've done is they've pre-ordered the game. They're having you give them the money, and then they're switching the shipping address to you and the thing is, if they did it through Amazon, it's perfect. If they don't sell it, they can cancel their order on Amazon, and they don't charge them, before the day
Right.
that it gets sent. So it's just like, so I'm sitting there and I'm just like, now I've gotta, it's like, it's so weird, it's so dumb, because I'm like, I should just, I'm holding out hope. There's a really cool website that's called nowinstock.net, where you can go there and you can give them like your email, and you can have it check like all these places online whether or not something's in stock, and it checks every minute and constantly, and it will, as soon as it's available, it'll send you an email, and it'll send you a link, and it'll say, this thing that you wanted to buy, click on this link, you can go. So I've set it up on that, and I've been like holding out hope, that will alert me to the fact that I can get I can pre-order for $80. But then the other person in me just says, just pay the extra $20. Who cares? It's just I just feel like I'm being dumb about this. Or since I'm a Prime member, I can pre-order the base game without all the extra stuff for like $46 through Amazon. So it's just like, so why wouldn't I just do that? Why am I being dumb about this? I just don't even. I don't know.
Because, like us other nerds, you have a problem.
Yeah. It's just totally. It's like I.
It's the nerd thing, and that's why they make those things, because they know us nerds like our stupid toys, and we aren't rational about it.
If you want to play it on PC, like there's the one that you can buy that's like $150, and it comes with a model of the spaceship that you fly, and it looks intense and awesome. So
yeah, and you know what's going to happen to that ship? It's going to stay out on your shelf with a bunch of other crap that when you move, your wife's going to want to throw it away.
And you'll say, "No, I spent $50 on that. Are you insane?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just dumb.
I can't say much. I've got a statue of some dude from Star Wars, the Old Republic. I've got a Fallout bobblehead and lunchbox and a Pip-Boy and stupid coins from Fallout New Vegas and and a mini nuke game box for the Fallout anthology. So yeah, I got all this stupid crap. So I'm not one to talk sense into you because obviously I'm an idiot too.
Well, thanks a lot. You're worse than Anthony on the just buy everything.
No, I'm not telling you to buy it. I'm just saying I'm not a good role model for someone to be the paragon of standing up and not doing the stupid thing. I've done less of it recently. So.
And the thing is that drives me crazy is that like as recently as like 2 days ago, you could pre-order it through GameStop, and I missed that window. So it's just kind of like, and I just know that as soon as I pay somebody on eBay $100 for it, stupidly I might add, like 2 days later it'll be fine. It'll be available, and and I'll find it somewhere else. So it's just like.
Is this a case you want it, or is it a case you can't get it?
Like it's in case I can't get it kind of thing.
So you really don't want it. You just can't get it, so you want it more.
No, I want it. Like I said, I know it's dumb.
What is we talking about here?
Sorry, if you weren't here, you'll have to.
All right, don't get it.
You're the one who's supposed to tell me to buy it. Just buy it.
I don't know what it is.
No Man's Sky for the limited edition No Man's Sky for PlayStation 4.
Oh wait.
What?
Wait.
What do you mean wait?
Wait, you don't have to run out and get it.
Well,
You'll
no.
find it.
No, you just want me to not just fail to get it, and then I can be angry with you.
There's got to be some reason to be angry with me. I'm so lovable.
Oh, he can find a way. Don't worry.
He found a way. Yeah, no.
I'm gonna have to check out this game though. It sounds interesting, but I'm not sure.
It looks stupidly fun. It looks like.
Told me the voice of reason. That's totally incorrect.
What I worry about with it being a sandbox game, though, is I'll think it's really cool for about 2 days, and then I'll never touch it again.
Yeah.
Which is what I do.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's my fault, not the game.
Video games is stupid.
That's not necessarily true.
That isn't necessarily true at all.
I'm just trying to be on the other side of the argument here.
Yeah, I finally got back and played some of my Fallout 4 crack, and now I've got an itch to play Skyrim again, so I can play these old games and just play them forever. But I need more good video game RPG games. I love character building.
Yeah. What was Kabuki Kid's advice?
Buy it.
Uh,
I don't know.
Anthony said Anthony's the voice of reason.
I said, and then she's wrong. So, Lance, go buy it. Go right now. Run home as fast as you can and do not stop.
The thing was, I was cleaning out.
Kabuki Kid is not going to help you. She has a Nathan Drake statue, so.
Yes, I was cleaning out some stuff in my basement, and and I opened up a box, and inside the box, and this is like from my wife and I used to play World of Warcraft with each other. That was like one of those weird things that we did, and so I opened up this box, and inside the box were the two like special edition Burning Crusade like special box for the expansion that had like the art book and whatever else, just like the craziness on the inside. And I was just like, and for whatever reason, I had saved them. I was just looking at this, was like, so, and I was like, what did I blow on this? Just like the extra price or whatever for like the collector's edition box, and I'm sure it was an extra $40 or $50 instead of like the standard price for the expansion.
Well, but I'm wondering, do those things I obviously don't follow the secondary market on those things, but are those things actually worth a lot after?
No,
you're not getting it for that, because I remember when one of the Halos came out. My oldest son at the time got the special edition that had the statue with the Master Chief and the two other guys on it, and it was like literally like 5 or 6 times the price of the game itself.
What I have heard is the stuff that actually does actually like sell, or if like you get it, are like the special, like when you get like the Xbox that looks like R2-D2 or something like that, and people go lose their minds over that because it's just like, because they're fairly limited edition, they don't redo them or whatever,
Yeah,
so
but
it's like,
but that's what they do with everything. So like literally, there was a time like when I used to actually buy a good amount of DVDs, and I always tell people, don't buy the DVD when it comes out, because there'll be a better edition of it that'll be released in a few months.
yeah, I remember that totally.
And it would always be like, with the director's cut and the special extended edition, and then this, and they used to always have. I remember you'd go, and they always had an edition that had like either a little figurine in the box or something every time, but that never came out when the movie released. That would come out like 2 or 3 months later. And then that was like the limited edition. You got the special, and then they had like the special shaped tin boxes for things, and like everything was just like crazy, ridiculous. I mean, some stuff I know is made really limited, and people who collect certain things, like if you're a fan of Iron Maiden, they came out with the Eddie Head collection. And it was this like bust of Eddie's head that opened up, and all of the CDs were inside of it, and it had a couple of DVDs and all that. And that thing goes for like ridiculous amount of money if you could find one. But I mean, a lot of this stuff I don't know if the secondary market is there for it. I mean, yeah, it's cool to have if you're really into that, but are you gonna be really into that forever?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a heck of a good question.
I have boxes of things that I had when I was single that were really cool that used to be displayed all over my apartment that are now sitting in boxes because they're not getting displayed in my wife's house.
At least you understand whose house it is.
Oh, I know. We're in the middle of redoing our bedroom, and the other day we had a conversation about what color. And she said, what color do you like? And I'm like, I like this. I don't like that. I said, just pick whatever color you want. No, come on. We can do this together. I'm like, it doesn't matter what I pick. I really don't care. So
just hurry up and pick the wrong thing so she can tell you what you're supposed to get.
Yep. My bathroom's now heroin green because of that.
Nice. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's one of those things where you just kind of have to nod your head and just say, whatever. See, with the No Man's Sky limited edition, you get a steel bookcase that has the game inside of it. You get the Adventures in No Man's Sky comic featuring 2 stories in the No Man's Sky universe with contributions from Watchmen co-creator Dave Gibbons. You have the Art of No Man's Sky, a 48-page art book that you'll never look at. You get the PlayStation 4 dynamic theme. Immerse yourself in the world of No Man's Sky with this unique PS4 system theme with beautiful abstract art inspired by the game's vast and mysterious universe.
Because you sit and stare at that all day.
And you get bonus in-game downloadable content of the Photonics Core, an advanced ship boost that will speed up your voyage as you travel through the stars. Trader Charisma. You receive a bonus set of valuable resources whenever you trade. You get an advantage in selling and trading. And Boltcaster SM, secure access to a powerful weapon blueprint, perfect for defending against hostile life forms and sentinels.
So it's a gun that's really good the first 5 minutes of the game, then you'll never touch it again?
Yeah, but you get the steel case. They can't take that from you.
Yeah,
So.
okay, because I've got some steel cases sitting on my shelf for no good reason.
Yeah, but you get the theme. The theme.
Yes, because like I said, you're going to hang out at your Xbox theme page all day long, or PS4.
Yeah, this one's a PS4 only. It isn't going to be on Xbox.
It's on PC, which is
PS4 and PC, anyway. I should say. Yeah, okay. I stand corrected.
In which case, I would probably do PC because more powerful, easier.
My PC is it's 3 or 4 years old. I need to get a new one, but I don't want to bother with it right now. My PC is a glorified spot where I edit video and talk to you guys. So you're not helping with this answer at all. I thought for sure.
The digital download, then you never even have to pull out the disc and get off your ass to change the disc. How's that?
But it's free. It's downloadable content, Keith.
But you don't have to get off your ass to change the disc if you get the digital version.
What do you Arkham Horror the card game? Why is that on your screen? Why are you showing that off?
That's new leaked news, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never been a big fan of the whole. Well, we've plumbed the depths of this game as much as we possibly can. Let's make a card game based on it.
If you look at the card game at this and the little blurb that's there, this is what is replacing Lord of the Rings, the card game.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
It's Lord of the Rings, the card game. Read the description.
Yeah, it does. It matches that description.
So wait, whoa. So it's going to be a.
It's cooperative, 1 or 2 players.
Up to 4 with 2 boxes.
Yep.
Oh.
Because they actually lose the license next year for Lord of the Rings. And they're not going to re-up it. So they're going to run it. Do one more run through, let it run its course, and that's it. It's gone. And this is what's going to replace it.
Is it just not selling Lord of the Rings, or?
No, it's selling. They just don't have their license. They're not going to re-up the license.
Pay for the license.
Yeah, I was wondering what the reason was. Yeah.
I mean, they have a ton of stuff in it, and it's part of the whole 5-year plan for the LCGs, where stuff's going to be, phased out.
Yeah.
So, what's it, Keith? Next year, the first group of Netrunner gets phased out, or is it this year? That's not part of the 5-year thing.
That's less than 5 years, then.
Yeah, but I think that was going quicker only because that one they're not like.
I don't know. I don't follow Netrunner anymore.
Yeah, they're not like. Yeah.
I don't have Netrunner anymore.
I have it right here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I gave my box of Netrunner shit to somebody else.
Yeah,
I traded it in this case.
But yeah, it's Netrunner at some point. The first wave of stuff is going to be phased out, which means you won't be able to use it in events and stuff. But I mean, they phased out the Call of Cthulhu card game completely. It's gone. And Lord of the Rings is going to be the next one that's gone. I mean, if they re-up the license, they're going to not continue making Lord of the Rings that game. They may turn around and rework one of their other games to make a Lord of the Rings game that's not cooperative, maybe, possibly. Like do something in like the Game of Thrones card game.
I have quite a
Type
bit
of
of Lord
feeling?
of the Rings card game stuff, and I can never get myself to sit down and play it. And it's not a bad game at all. It's just I can't
Yeah.
get myself
Yeah,
up
I
to
ended up
it.
getting rid of all mine just because
I just
it
don't feel
was,
like deck building. I think that's my problem. I don't feel like
and
deck building it.
that's see, I really liked the old the Call of Cthulhu card game. I really liked playing that. And for a while there, I was like buying all those little, all the decks that they pumped out, every like month or whatever. And the living card game, I was buying all that stuff. And then I kind of looked at it one day, and I was just like, ugh. I didn't have the strength to like go through it all and like try to determine, like, oh, I need like 3 of this card, I need 1 of this card, and combine it with 1 of that card, and just to, I would just like, okay, I'm just gonna take all yellow cards, all this faction. I'll put something together that way, and I'd play it. So I wasn't like playing it like people are supposed to play it, so to speak.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. It's like one of those things where it's just like,
And ultimately, those games are games that excel if you play them a lot and learn them and have people that you consistently play them with. If you're just going to play it once in a while, it's not worth it because by the time you get around to playing it again, you've forgotten everything and you're basically being a noob again.
Yeah, but with those games, for the most part, I mean, all the ones I've tried, is if you're going to play it as a game, not as a lifestyle, you really don't need to get expansions.
Yeah, you buy the base set and that's all you ever need.
Like the Netrunner base box, if you're going to play it once in a while, you don't need to buy anything else.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Lord of the Rings card game. I had just gotten Warhammer Invasion. That's another one that's gone now. But I bought someone's collection from them. It was like the base game, 2 of the large expansions, and a few of the chapter pack. And I have more than enough cards here that I don't need to buy any of the other ones. And I'm not going to be deck building like up the wazoo. I'll deck build, but I mean I have a very small field of which to deck build with, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I played Legend of the Five Rings, and again, not in tournaments and stuff. Played it with my kids, and just putting decks together was just a pain in the ass. So, I like games where I used to play HeroScape, and we used to go to tournaments almost every month. We went to at least one, and you're building a different army for each tournament, and that would take a while to do. So, and you only had so many figures you were working with. This is just like I gotta sit there, I gotta read each card. I mean, if you're playing it as a lifestyle, people know the cards. They know what goes with what. They can get a new pack of cards and see something and go, oh, that works with card blah blah blah, and that'll be a good combination if I put that and then this card in with it. Same like people who play Magic all the time. They know what is gonna they have an idea of what the new cards will work with as far as what they already have.
yeah, I mean, my hat's off to people that get into that and dig it and they enjoy it, but I'm not programmed that way. I don't. It doesn't fly with me for whatever reason.
Neither am I, and I know people who play. I mean, I know the guy who won the Star Wars card game championship last year, and he's like in the running for it again this year and some other game, but that's all he plays now. Like literally, he doesn't come to the regular board game event, convention stuff, because he's out going around places playing the living card games and tournaments. And so it's like, okay, it's cool, you like that, but it gets to the point where you're no longer playing. Everyone wants to win when you play a game, but it's nice to win. But when you spend all this time to make sure you are going to win, then to me that's not fun anymore.
Yeah.
Well, it becomes almost a chore. But I mean, but then again, if you get into it, if that's like what's amazing to you, and you have a lot of fun with it, then then you should, right? I mean, I don't know, it's weird.
Is there money involved with? Like I know Magic, there was money involved in a lot of them tournaments. Is there with the LCGs too, or not so much?
Not this on the same scale,
Hmm.
and there's not as many, big prize events. Magic. There's you can go play for money. Money prizes almost every week somewhere. But it's I don't know what obviously people like to win and stuff, but I don't know. It's to me it's like it becomes a job at that point. Even people who played Magic professionally, they'll tell you that it became a job to them. Yeah, they got to know people and friendships and whatnot, but that whole thing there is money. You talk about guys that played on like teams, and they literally would pool their winnings to pay for everyone's plane tickets to go to the next event and stuff. And so it's a lot of pressure. It sounds like it's fun. It's like people who get jobs in the industry and they're like, oh, you're so lucky. You get to work and make games and have fun, and it's not all that. So it's I don't know. I don't think I could ever do it. Even guys like play poker professionally. That's high stress. So
Yeah. Fair enough. So, anybody want to complain about Game of Thrones?
Probably too soon for some people.
you do, Lance. You always do.
Always. Here's 3 hours gone.
Yeah. It's just there.
Okay, the thing that bothered you the most in this last episode, I totally agree with you.
Is the same thing that bothered me the most?
I don't remember you saying. I know Lance said it, but
did something go out without any kind of fanfare whatsoever?
I'm referring to Summer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what ticked me off.
Just
spoilers, FYI.
Yeah, just heave another one on the pile, but that's been this whole season though. It's just been like all these major players. I mean, they've just been like,
let's just throw them away super fast.
Yeah, how can we kill these guys off so we don't ever have to talk about them again? I mean, it was like the whole thing was it was like, okay, so we're gonna kill the head guy in Dorne. We're going to murder the bodyguard that's like a total badass in the books, but like gets offed like he's nothing. And then they make this oath of vengeance, how they're going to they're gonna make the Lannisters pay or whatever. And then we haven't seen them for like 4 episodes. It's just like why even you're just like why even bother?
It's on layaway. They're gonna make them pay.
Yeah,
in monthly installments.
just so dumb. I don't know. I mean, I understand. Like after this season, like somebody said, there's gonna be like there's only 2 more seasons after this one, and each one of those is gonna be like 7 episodes long, 7 episodes, and that's it. So they have to hurry up and get it done. I mean, it's just like they have to wrap this up. But the one nice thing about the way that they're doing this is that. And it's been rumored, and everybody said it, and it's just like there's no way the books are ending like this. It's just like because the books will just actually have good storylines.
The next book's going to start with Bobby Ewing waking up and going, "Holy crap! What a bad dream!"
Yeah, and I will say this: somebody said, okay, so obviously this last episode had it had 2 big reveals. It had Hodor, and it also just as a total throwaway. Oh yeah, this is how the White Walkers got created. It's like, really? That's like a huge thing. That's like giant. That is like so stupidly important to the basic plot of the story. And it was like, oh yeah, this is how it happened. And nothing else. It was just like it was nothing momentous about that at all. It was like it was. How Hodor got his name was a bigger deal.
Oh, but by the way, forgot to tell you.
Yeah, here's a little story.
My bad.
Yeah, and it's just like okay, so whatever, so they throw that out there, then so somebody just said so basically one guy said to me basically the whole how Hodor got his name is just a ripoff of a very racist joke his grandpa used to tell him when he was like a kid. And so, where like somebody of a different ethnicity is yelling "Hody do" for the what says "Hody do"? Whatever, a minority running for the elevator. Hody do, and like he's like that. My grandfather used to tell a joke and laugh about it. And he was this big racist, and it's like it's a horrible joke. But basically, Hodor is just a spin-off of that. You're just like, oh gosh. You never even thought of that,
I'm going to have to agree with Cardboard Congregation, though. He said the thing that bothers me most about the last episode was the close-up of the dude's junk with the warts.
Well, and why is that? I mean, it's just like it's almost like also like, and then like they have the person like the topless lady or whatever. And it's just like, oh, we haven't shown any like nudity, so
right.
let's show some.
Yeah, let's put it there. Okay, so Daenerys being nude when she's inside a burning building makes sense, but half the other doesn't, right?
Well, and then plus the thing is that
yet the string that held her hair back in a ponytail thing did not burn.
But GRRM he actually said that like the whole thing, like somebody said, so does this mean that Daenerys is impervious to fire after the first one, and he said no, that was like a one-time miracle event that occurred. It was because of the magic of the situation and the dragon eggs and everything else. But
they actually, when she picked up the dragon eggs out of the fire, they didn't burn her either.
Yeah.
Right. So.
But I don't know. It's just the one thing is that like they've said that they are kind of telling the story they want to now, and they are not telling the story of the what Martin will eventually tell. Theoretically, if he ever finishes the books.
Yeah.
Well, they did say this Hodor thing was from Martin.
Yeah, they did say that.
A rough area of it, a rough idea of it.
Yeah, that was like the big reveal or whatever. And so now the big thing is everybody's theory is that Bran actually, with his running around in the past, is actually like the one that caused like a lot of things to possibly happen, which then of course bugs me too, because now we're just doing goddamn Doctor Who episodes basically.
I'm my own grandpa.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go back to Summer.
It has spawned great memes though.
I will say this: I do like the theory that somebody said that like Bran is actually Bran the Builder, the one who originally created the wall. Like he'll go back and warg into somebody or whatever, and be the impetus to create the wall in the first place. But whatever. Anyway, so Summer, you were saying.
All right. So yeah, that was pretty lame. But I will say that at least Summer tried.
Well, but the thing is that okay, so they said like that was like held them back for a brief moment or whatever.
A millisecond.
Yeah, well, the thing that bothers me about that is that okay, so the whole process of Hodor holding that the door shut. Okay, fine, whatever, done. So even if he holds that door shut for like 5 minutes, are we supposed to believe that like they're not
really going to get that far with that litter?
With pushing a wheelbarrow down through the snow on the other side? I mean, I just.
She's got some wicked snowshoes. She's got a snowmobile over the hill.
Yes.
And it's just like the whole thing is that all of these like all of these the direwolves. Well, first of all, it's like it's obviously just like a CGI thing. We just don't want to have to do them anymore. I mean, you ever notice that like you never see Ghost unless they need him for something. He's just like,
Ghost is always off in the distance unless they just need him to growl for a second, and then they pull that out. Right? They're going cheap on something they're making a ton of money on.
And then we haven't seen Nymeria forever.
No, she's been missing since they threw the rocks at her.
Yeah. So
She probably got killed by a chipmunk right afterwards.
Yeah, like slipped and fell down the stairs, and But I mean, yeah, and so I mean, and that's one of the big payoffs that I think everybody wants to see. I mean, because in the books they play it up a lot more, because when Arya gets close to Nymeria, she like sleeps and she wargs into her and has the dreams of being Nymeria and chasing down Lannisters and ripping them apart, and then she'll wake up and she'll think it was a really nice dream, but she was actually like, warging into them. And the thing is that in the books, she had learned how to warg into those cats and stuff like that, and I don't know. It's just, it seems like I just want the next book to come out, and I realize it's probably not coming out until late next year. And
okay, but here's the thing: Summer getting taken over by the White Walkers is, it's a little more believable than Shaggy Dog getting taken out by those other idiots.
No, I buy Shaggy Dog because Shaggy Dog, they went there on purpose, and so they probably just had it in the kennel and then just killed it while it was in there. Same way that
and that's the whole thing is too, like you haven't seen that storyline at all. We have no idea what they're doing with it. And the thing is that a lot of people are saying that, like, Sansa's going there to try to convince the Karstarks to join with her. But the Karstarks are the ones that, like, seriously hate them because, like, because what's his face cut off Lord Karstark's head, and they're saying that, like, House Umber is actually probably, looking to betray Ramsay. And who knows? It's just got to play out at this point.
Yeah.
But it's really getting just boring. How annoying it is. It's like I'm not even annoyed anymore. I'm just bored with how annoyed I'm becoming.
Hodor's going to make one badass White Walker.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't know. It's just like ever since they decided not to have Lady Stoneheart, I'm holding out hope that when they do the whole trial by combat for Cersei, which I'm assuming she does, and then she has the Mountain, the zombie guy, fight for her, that Clegane comes back.
Who they
Hound.
completely abandoned Sir Robert Strong as the name and just went with Clegane already.
Yeah, well, so you hope that, like, Sandor, like the Hound, comes back for that. Like they've kept him in reserve. Well, they hint very strongly in the books that he's still alive.
Right, but in the show they don't. They
he's just missing. So, it's one of those things where it's like that would be a very cool moment because, like, you just know that, like, theoretically the Hound was the one that's supposed to kill the Mountain. It's just like it just makes the most sense.
Right.
Like that was supposed to happen, and
So the other thing about that whole scene with the White Walkers is how many White Walkers does it take to kill one child of the forest?
Yeah, they're all like jumping on top of her and like slashing away.
They all stop. to kill her.
They stop at the first target they come to. They don't. There's no strategy.
Yeah, it's like the most basic of the strategies. Like when you're playing any of those games that have the skeletons will attack the nearest foe within 3 spaces.
She got taken out like Sonny Corleone at the Causeway.
Yeah, and then she did her best Vasquez and Lieutenant what's his name from Aliens. Like you trigger the grenade and then manage to take a few with you.
I'm waiting for the scene that represents my favorite meme I've seen so far, which is Tormund Giantsbane with the stereo over his head, because that one has me rolling laughing.
See, but that's and that's cool and all. I mean, it's like kind of a little comedy, but
it is. But realistically, it actually makes sense because to the wildlings, a strong woman like that would be the most attractive one.
Well, fine, but in the books, though, you got to remember she's in love with Jaime Lannister. Like, You know,
Well,
and
She's not
books.
swooning over Tormund either, though. So.
well, I know, but I mean, it's like they just totally abandoned that aspect of her character.
Well, that's because Jamie's
And the
back to
fact that
banging
he
his
was
sister.
caught by Lady Stoneheart and actually was going to be betraying Jamie at the end of Dance of Dragons, you know, because and she's bringing Jamie back to Lady Stoneheart so like she can kill him theoretically. And everybody forgets that, like, you know, like the whole thing with like when is Jamie going to kill Cersei? I mean, like, because that has to happen, right? I mean, because the prophecy was that her younger brother would kill her, would strangle her, or whatever. That was like the prophecy the witch told her, and the prophecy came true for all the other girls, and they actually showed that in the show. And then, so she always has assumed that Tyrion is the one that's going to kill her, and so she's always tried to kill Tyrion. But the thing is that you know it's like one of those things where Jamie was born after her, so he's the.
But does Jamie have to actually kill her, or does Jamie inadvertently cause her death?
No, because I'd have to look it up, and I don't know what they said in the in the show. But hold on here, Cersei prophecy. There we go. And Maggie the Frog was the was the person who said it, and she said, as a girl, that she saw Maggie, told her, what does it say? She allows her to see 3 questions and made the prophecy of the Valankor, High Valyrian for little brother, which haunted. When Valyria took her turn, Maggie predicted she would die young. Then it would be Cersei's hand. Then it would be by Cersei's hand, and Cersei threw a jar of potion into Maggie's eyes and fled, leaving Maggie to curse them both. And so, what she says, what does it say? She says, Cersei, will I wed the prince? Never. You will wed the king. I will be queen. Yeah, you'll be queen until there comes another younger, more beautiful to cast you down and take all that you hold dear. Will the king and I have children? Yeah, it's like you will. But then he basically says, and the Valankor shall wrap his hands about your pale white throat and choke the life from you, which stands for the little brother. And basically she says that all of her children will die before her, and then her little brother will kill you.
Then he can't kill her until Tommen's dead. Then.
Well, yeah. So you got to think that maybe, like, since Tommen's like Jaime's last son, maybe like for some reason Cersei kills Tommen. And then in a fit of rage, he strangles her.
Mm.
I don't know. You know, it's just like so. You know, it's just one of those things where it's just like.
It's gonna be impressive when he strangles her with one hand, though.
Well, wouldn't you think that he strangles her with the golden hand?
Well, wouldn't it be kind of hard to? I guess you could just force it in there, but.
Well, I mean, it's still like I don't know, who knows? But it's like one of those things where.
I'd rather watch Tyrion do it though, because he's got a right to do so.
Well, the thing is that what's going to happen to Tyrion? I mean, it's just like they say that
He's
the
gonna
prophecy.
marry Daenerys.
Well, no, they said the prophecy was that like the dragon to save the world has to have 3 heads, and so 3 people have to ride the dragon. So, and there's a big, huge theory that you have to remember that in the books, Tyrion has 2 different colored eyes,
Mm-hmm.
and his father always thought there was a possibility that that his wife actually was either willingly or was raped by the Mad King, and Tyrion is actually the product of that, and so.
Do we have another Targaryen running around in the books too? That
There is, yeah. Her like the baby that was supposedly killed wasn't the baby, and in the books, and like he's still alive, and he's heading to meet Daenerys, and then at the very end of Dance of Dragons, he says that he is going to lead the charge in the war against Westeros. So I'm kind of mad that they finally went back to the Greyjoys, which whatever. But they didn't bother to actually have Victarion, which is like the coolest of the Greyjoys. He's just not there. I admittedly I understand introducing another one of Baelin's brothers would just kind of muddy up the waters a lot, but it's just Victarion was like one of the best characters in the books.
So who do you think would ride the three dragons? Daenerys, Tyrion, and Jon Snow?
That would be the running theory. That's kind of like the strong theory of
Well,
that.
they don't have a lot of episodes to get their ass over to find Jon Snow now.
But Jon and Sansa are currently traveling south.
Yeah, but that's a different continent from the other two.
Yeah, I don't know.
So here's my whole beef with the whole Daenerys storyline, though. I think I may have whined about this before, but you've got this lady going to try to be queen, right, and reclaim her birthright. However, the lineage ends with her because she's barren and can't have children.
Well, that's it.
What's the point?
Well, maybe I don't know. She'll magically be able to have some more or something. I don't know. And you know what? I was kind of annoyed, and I'm gonna say this in the books. Like Howland Reed is like this mythical figure. Like he's just like you don't know what he looks like, you don't know what he is, you don't know anything about him other than the fact that you've met two of his kids. But they talk about him being the leader of the Crannog men, and they talk about them being like this kind of like these shorter, shifty people. And there's like really, really good stories that basically they talk about how Howland Reed, if you read about it, he like came and he wanted to be part of the jousting tournament, but he didn't have any armor, and so both Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark sponsored him basically. There's a great stories about this, and that's how they became really, really good friends with Howland Reed. And Ned Stark, basically says that Howland Reed's like besides Robert, he's his best friend in the whole wide world. And the thing is that they've mentioned that they wanted to go and talk to Howland Reed, and they've sent people to go and seek him out and find him, but they haven't had him show up and do anything in the books forever. And so there's all of these theories that say that Howland Reed could be these different people that you've seen. He could be one of the faceless men, so like he could change the way he looks and all these other things. And one of the things that they mention is that he could very well be the High Sparrow, and that's because he's just hiding out and whatever, which is a great theory. And I think Jonathan Pryce is doing a fantastic job in that role. And
I can't stand the High Sparrow.
What?
I can't stand the High Sparrow.
Why? What's wrong?
I just don't like him.
Well, because he's like super, super religious.
I don't
Or
think
what?
it's the religious. I think he's somewhat. I don't know. I just don't like him. I think he's trying to take over the world for his own needs too, and he just hides behind religion as a farce to do so.
You have to admit that Jonathan Pryce is doing a really, really good job acting out that role. And so, but at the end of Dance of Dragons, you have to remember, Kevin Lannister was dead. The High Maester was killed. They cleaned house a little bit too. So I'm kind of waiting for those things to happen. But those things happened because Varys had some of his little birds or whatever. Got him into the castle and wanted to, and I don't know. It's just.
And what the hell's Samuel Tarly doing headed back to his dad's joint? And he's supposed to be at the Citadel or whatever the hell it's called.
Well, yeah, he was supposed to head back to the Citadel, but he wants to go there they mentioned that he was going to go there at some point and meet his father.
But in the books, he's already there and never went to go see his dad.
Yeah,
right?
he decided against it at the last second. He decided that his father wouldn't be impressed with him or whatever, and so he decided he would just go to the Citadel. And that's when he kind of ran into Arya as well. And I don't know, the whole thing is so convoluted right now. It's tough
now I
to
gotta
tell.
pick on something else though. How the hell does Samuel Tarly stay that damn fat when the Night's Watch barely had anything to eat?
Well,
Did he find the room full of ranch dressing like Hurley on Lost?
I was just going to say, he must have gotten his diet suggestions from Hurley, So,
'Cause that dude is no less fat than he was when he showed up at the wall.
it's yeah, I don't know. It's
Who cut Brand's hair?
well, I do like how it's just basically like if you're not going to have a big role later in the show, we're just going to kill you off because we don't want to pay your salary. I mean, like they killed off what's her face, the wildling that was with Rickon, just
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
because I really thought she was going to kill Ramsay in that scene. I really
I did
thought
too.
that.
I hoped. But
Well, no, I didn't. I'm being sarcastic. It's like you need your like despicable villain that everybody's going to be really happy when he dies, kind of thing, and that's Ramsay. I was a little bit surprised that it was not Roose killing Ramsay, or it wasn't the other way around, kind of thing. Because I always
he's
like.
freaking to kill his own son.
Yeah, like Roose Bolton. I mean, I hope that doesn't happen in the books because I definitely wanted like Jon Snow to kill him or something. For him murdering Robb basically.
Yeah, I wasn't happy with how they took out Stannis either.
No, he just totally chumped out.
Yeah, just totally just. Oh, let's murder my daughter who didn't get murdered in the books for no reason.
Yeah. Well, I've heard that actually happens in the books, or it's going to happen, or something. I thought I read that somewhere.
Yeah, no,
He can go
George
back and
R.R.
check
wrote
it.
that. George R.R. wrote that for the show.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just like, and that's like just like but Stannis is like one of my favorite characters in the books. I mean, just because he was so rigid and stuck to his guns and kind of thing, and in a way, it was like he faced a giant army that he had no shot to fight to defeat, but he marched marched to the field and he went through with it just the
He had
same.
enough guys to smoke the wildling army that had giants in it. So
Yeah.
I still don't get that.
Well, it's all
Budget.
well done. No, he still had his mercenaries at that point, though, didn't he? I think so. So like he still had like a good chunk of people still fighting for him.
But what wasn't the king north of the wall?
Oh, yeah, he's still alive too in the
he's
books.
still
but-
alive too, right?
No, he's dead. And Lord Javi, yes, the rumor is that there is going to be a Blade Runner remake, that they're going to redo that, which I think they'll ruin. But
Let's remake a movie that was made after a book. Yeah, I don't need a remake.
well,
Read the
a
damn
book, it was like a novella. It was like a 96-page story.
Do you
the
ever
original-
dream of Electric Sheep?
Yeah. I love Blade Runner. That's like one of the few Blu-rays I own, just so I can watch anytime I want. Put it in, start playing.
The question was asked: is Sansa pregnant?
Well, who knows? Maybe she is.
It could be.
I don't know.
That would be interesting. She used her damn Phoenix powers and screw somebody up, though.
I don't know. It's like, and also like one of the best characters in the show, Littlefinger. They make a big splash, like it's time for us to enter the fight. Then he goes up there and I don't want your help. Okay, I'll leave. Just
He's
like,
not leaving.
I know.
He's the one that's supposed to be pulling all the strings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Littlefinger's actually. But remember, he has to die too because he betrayed Ned. So.
I thought they were going to kill him off this week. Not that they should have, and would have been that would have been more screwed up than anything else. But I really thought that they were going to knock him off this week.
Nah, I don't think he's done manipulating Sansa.
Wait. Barry's levitating. Did you see
Yes.
that?
Did you ever get a Hubbard sled?
No, he's joined a cult. That's his power.
Yes.
I don't know. But see, the thing is, I can't really complain anymore because.
Oh, you'll find a way.
Well,
No, you
you
could.
can't complain. You've been doing it for an hour.
Yes.
Well, it's tough to complain about something. It's one of those things where it's just like I said, it's just another TV show now. Like it's like, oh, we have an hour. Let's quick get through all this stuff. It's like my wife sitting down to watch, yet another like episode of Grey's Anatomy. It's like, oh well, here's our two problems that we're going to have for the next 48 minutes, and miraculously we'll get those solved. And then there's the one long-standing story that's going on, that we will incrementally move forward in some way that will and so because it's the overarching story arc for the entire season, and it's just, and that's what it is. It's just another TV show. Before it was this epic retelling of something that we read books of, that stayed true to the story, and it slowly but surely broke away, and yeah, now it's just another show, and it isn't amazing anymore. It's just really good, which isn't bad. It's just not amazing anymore.
It's still better storytelling than half the crap on TV. It's just not the story you want it to tell.
Yeah, and I guess the one thing that kind of bothers me more than anything is the people that haven't read the books being all smug about the fact that they haven't read the books, and like it's just like, yeah, I didn't bother reading the books, so I can't be disappointed. Well, no, you still can be disappointed, because this is very haphazard storytelling at this point.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Whatever.
It's not.
I enjoy it as a show.
You have a preconceived notion of what's supposed to happen. I went and watched The Natural, waiting for him to strike out at the end of that movie, and he didn't.
I like it a lot better than Fear the Walking Dead. I'm not enjoying that at all. So
I'm going to answer these things. Do I think Grey's Anatomy is really good too? No, I don't. I'm going to say that right now. My wife gets upset with me, but I will sit there and watch it with her. Like sometimes, what was it? Like sometimes they will. What was it? They will in the Doctor show. It's like they'll have like a semi-compelling storyline about like there was like the two women that were married, and then they had a custody battle over their child. Which was like, that was fairly compelling, but it was one of those things too where it's like, okay, so the entire episode was about them having a custody battle, and then one of them wins, the other one is devastated. And then you're like, oh my gosh, so what's going to happen, here, and then the very next episode, like 40 minutes in, they reconcile and decide that they will have joint custody. It's just like, it was like, what? So I mean, it was like a fairly amazing thing, and I was like, that was fairly compelling TV, and I was actually somewhat interested. And then it was just like, we got to sum this up and fix this in a half an hour. All right, let's do that.
I used to watch Grey's with my wife. I used to watch like you do with her. And I have found shows like Grey's Anatomy and ER, those shows just keep going on when they really should stop. And it's not that they're bad. Not that they're bad, the later seasons. It's just that whole dynamic in the show, that group of people that you started watching with and you follow their stories. Most of their stories are already done. They're not on the show anymore. You have new people coming in. You're starting new stories with new people and trying to intertwine them, and it keeps going and going and going. Like, okay, you know what? We got it. You could end the show. It's okay.
Yeah.
Let it go. It's like Dominion expansions. We got it. All right? You don't have to keep doing it.
It's like, and I try to sit there and I try not, if my wife gets like really into it, like, because she's really committed to the characters and really committed to the storyline, and I get it. I get being that excited about a show. When she was pregnant, she would rewatch, because all the episodes are on Netflix. She rewatched, and she was on bed rest with my son. Like 2 months into pregnancy, they put her on complete bed rest. It was just like, so. That was that. She couldn't work, she couldn't do anything, so she would sit there and watch TV, and they would she rewatched the entire seasons like every single episode multiple times. She just sat at home and she said it was like the perfect background noise. She could like relax while it was on, and there were like favorite episodes and stuff like that. And if I like mock it and like she's like really into a moment or like really into a scene that like she really cares about, yeah, I might as well just slash my wrists because she's going to be very upset with me. Just like yeah, I don't know. It's I understand why people like it. It's just not for me. But then again, like back in the day, I was a huge fan of Saint Elsewhere. I thought that was an excellent TV show, and I thought it was pretty amazing. And it still to this day has one of the best endings of any TV show. And if you know what it is, you know what it is. Does nobody know? I mean, you, Anthony, you got to know.
I know what it is.
Yeah, it's one of the best not really like kick you in the nuts, but just kind of like really wow kind of endings. And well, I'll just tell it. I'm sure I might have mentioned it before, but so the whole St. Elsewhere is all about this hospital, the St. Eligius Hospital. And that's what the whole thing is about, and it's about all the doctors and what have you in St. Eligius. And that was like Howie Mandel's like first big role, right?
Denzel Washington's is in that show.
Denzel Washington, Howie Mandel. I mean, it had a ton of actors that later went on to become big. The voice of Kit, and then and Kabuki Kid just buried the lead, but. So the whole thing is that there's this one doctor who has he has a son who's autistic, and it talks about him dealing with that and a lot of it, and he eventually retires as a doctor to take care of him. And so then and it's a very long story, but basically the very end of the episode, last episode, you see the hospital, and you see the snow's falling down outside the hospital, and then it kind of fades like out a little bit. And then it shows a snow globe of the same hospital, and you see snowflakes coming down, and you see it's the boy with the autism, and he's staring at the snow globe, and then you look, and there's his dad. Well, actually, you see an older doctor that actually had died on the show, and he's sitting there, and he's in an easy chair, and he's reading a magazine or something, and you're like, what is he doing? And all of a sudden, the door opens up, and you see the doctor of that kid come in, and he's like got like his work coveralls, total blue collar. He's carrying a hard hat, and he says, "Hey, Dad," and he's like, "Oh, how was work today?" He's like, "Oh, it's like it was a mess. We got stuck working on the elevator between 9th and 10th floor or something like that." And then he's like, "How's whatever Danny?" And he's like, "He's just been sitting there." Like he does every single day, staring at that snow globe. And he's like, I'll never understand this autism stuff. And like then the whole thing is that the whole show, the entire show was in that kid's head. And he just made up the entire show. And so it was just only Newhart finished better.
Oh, that was great.
The ending of Newhart was
best ending ever.
Yeah, I will fully admit, and Newhart was such a good show. It was hilarious. It was like, this is hi, I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. And this is my other brother Daryl.
And that is in pop culture forever, right there. Those guys.
Yeah.
But you know what show went out horrible just last week? Castle.
Oh yeah, I knew it was canceled. Well, how did that one end?
Poorly.
Did they get on the Serenity again? And
I wish.
Oh, Cardboard Congregation just said 6 Feet Under had the best ending ever. 6 Feet Under did have a great ending, and that is a great show if you ever watched that. I remember I still have all the DVDs for 6 Feet Under, and my wife and I watched that, and it was very good. 6 Feet Under was all about a family that ran a funeral home, and the very end of the show, it showed how every one of the characters died, like way off in the future.
Yeah.
So
I like the ending of MASH.
Kabuki Kid, you will be disappointed. I've never watched a single episode of BSG, but every single one of my friends who loved that show said the final season was a train wreck. So I'll just say that I think you'll be disappointed, but maybe you won't. Who knows?
I don't remember.
Newhart, those of you who are listening to this, spoilers. Newhart is all about Bob Newhart running a bed and breakfast in like just up in the Hamptons or whatever,
It's
right?
in Maine.
In Maine,
Yeah.
Vermont, I think.
or whatever,
Yeah,
and
Vermont,
then.
Vermont.
And so, like, the very end of it, it shows him waking up, and he wakes up and he rolls over to see his wife from the old Newhart show, and he
Previous
says,
show he was in, yes.
"Yeah, the previous show he was in." He says, "I got to tell you about this. I was running a hotel in Vermont. You go back to bed, Bob." So yeah, it was that was a very, very clever way to end it. If you ever if you look it up on the YouTubes, watch some old classic Newhart comedy. He is hilarious, and it still stands up.
He was a stand-up?
Well, he wasn't.
Oh, yeah,
He did a little bit of stand up, but mostly he did he did stand up, but it wasn't like talking and kind of relating to the audience and having discussions. It was more of him kind of doing like little skits. Of he would present like the idea of somebody, like there's one where he's talking on a phone and you can only hear one side of the conversation, and so you have to kind of imagine what the other side of the conversation is. It is hilarious. I don't know. He's a genius.
So if you want to see like classic Bob Newhart, like even the old stuff was like, if you saw his 2 appearances on Big Bang Theory.
I wouldn't watch that show if you paid me. So,
all right, well, it's exactly like the books, Lance. So you'd probably like it. But
oh, I see what you're doing. See, you promised you were going to wind me up again, but you haven't yet. It's pretty amazing, actually.
But Bob Newhart, the typical deadpan delivery, pointing out the obvious, and that's what makes Bob Newhart funny. Is you'll say something to him and he'll give the answer to the question in a way that makes it sound like, with an obvious answer, with the tone of, "Oh my God, you friggin' idiot."
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, he's and he still is. He's a genius. I mean, it's like him, and and he's old. I mean, which you say he's old, but I mean, it's like him and like Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner. Just like classic, hilarious comedy minds. And if you ever get a chance, watch the YouTube Jerry Seinfeld thing of driving around with cars or whatever, and watch the episode with him with Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner hanging out. It is gold. It's gold, Jerry.
Comedians in cars getting coffee.
Yeah, comedians in cars getting coffee, and there's an episode with him. Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner hanging out. It was about a year ago or so, and yeah, it was
he did the last Gary Shandling interview.
He did.
Yeah.
Oh, I had forgotten about Gary Shandling. Now I'm sad. Kabuki Kid, the consensus on how The Sopranos ended. It depends on if you believe what David Chase said, and then what David Chase said later, and then what David Chase said again. So,
he died of a heart attack in Rome.
Well, David Chase originally said that people want to think that Tony Soprano was killed, but he said no. I mean, it's just like he's it's like he doesn't get a final. He doesn't get out of it that easy. He has to be constantly looking over his shoulder. That's what that final scene. He said the final scene with all the tension and all the buildup. The design behind it, he said, was that he wanted people to be seriously worried about what's going on, and that's what Tony Soprano was going to have to deal with for the rest of his life, constantly looking over his shoulder. Yeah, okay, he won. He's the last man standing, but now he's got to worry about somebody trying to take him out. He's got to worry about the government coming after him. All those things. So it's just like, and so he's and so that he said no, he doesn't get off that easy. He's got to live a life of tension. And then when asked about it again, he said that, well, it's like people want to ask me that question. He said it's like, and then he kind of like alluded to the idea of he very well was killed in that scene, but you have to make up for yourself. And then like later he said there is no real answer. It's just it's an interpretation type of thing, and whatever you think happened to him is what happened to him. It's up to you to decide. Which I have always said is bullshit. I hate that decision for directors. It's like, oh, I'm going to leave it open for interpretation. That for me tells me you don't have the guts to make a choice and let people decide whether or not you did the right thing.
Well, I thought they were going to make a movie, and then that fell through or something.
I don't know about that. But I can remember watching that episode, though, and watching it at my buddy Marty's house, Marty's apartment. And we were sitting there watching it, and it went black, and then I sat there and I said, and I was like, "Did your cable go out?" I was like ridiculously angry, and then of course then the credits started. And I was like, "Oh, okay, never mind." So, Chris Peach is on. He says Jerry is the absolute worst. Really? No, I've seen many. So you're saying that Carrot Top is better than Jerry Seinfeld? No.
Yes.
I think Jerry Seinfeld is a very good stand-up comedian to be.
He is. He is. His. He has like I remember, like his what was it? Like his, like the I was his thing about being in an airplane and in the bathroom and there's a slot for razor blades. He's like, who's shaving on a plane and shaving so much that they're actually using up razor blades. Just like, I love that line. Is the Wolf Man in there? Just like, yeah, observational humor.
Somebody I found to be a really good, that surprised me at how good a stand-up there was Bob Saget.
Yeah.
Because I did not expect anything out of him.
He's
Because my first experience with him was, I saw him on Full House and Funniest Home Videos. And the first time I saw him stand up, my jaw hit the floor. I'm like, this guy's funny and blue as hell.
Well, Chris Peach, you are in the minority, and I might have to go back and redo my video and say, oh, your game's horrible. If you think that Dane Cook is better than Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh my God, Dane Cook is the biggest friggin' hack out there. Hold on.
Are we gonna ban Chris Peach from?
We got things going on. We got stuff happening. Things are going on. Ooh, wait, hold on. Ooh. Rectum. That's Dane Cook. That's Dane Cook's whole friggin' act.
If you want to, if you dislike Dane Cook, there is that movie. With
I like Dane Cook's stand-up when other comedians did it before him.
No, there's that movie with Kevin Costner who plays a serial killer who he smashes Dane Cook over the head with a shovel and buries him alive or buries him like next to alive, just like and kills him. So that it's worth watching for that reason. So, I'm still wondering when Kabuki Kid's gonna come on the show. She's like, she says she
doesn't have a camera. She said.
Well, yeah, but she's got to have a microphone, right? She can at least talk.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So if you want to see funny blue comedy, see if you can ever track down stand-up from Red Fox.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Or Buddy Hackett.
Buddy Hackett as well, yes. Well, I heard I forget the name of the what is his name? Jim Norton. Not a bad, relatively tell it like it is comedian. He said, hey, it's like I realized he had a bit about Bill Cosby and how like obviously the awfulness, whatever. And he said, it's like for those of you fans of Bill Cosby, he said, he's like, and you're feeling a little down right now because of all the stuff that's going on. He said, Don't worry, he's got a new TV show coming out. Women have the most amazing accusations. Just horrible. But that makes me mad because it makes me mad at Bill Cosby because, man, I used to listen to his comedian like his comedic tapes. I had friends who had his comedy albums that I had on tape, and I listened to those so many times, and they were so hilarious. I just and then this, it's just kind of like, ugh, no, you're just a horrible human being. And one of my favorite quotes, a quote that I've used I've used over and over again. It's like the surest way to fail is to try to make everyone happy, and that it's from Bill Cosby. And it's like that's one of my favorite quotes. And it was just kind of like, oh well.
He was trying to make all the women happy.
Yeah, well, there you go.
They didn't want to hear
it. Don Rickles is hilarious stand-up. If you there's his story about there's a story about how he was out to dinner at some restaurant during the heyday in Vegas, and he had like some showgirl that he had been had his eye on for a while, and he finally convinced her to go on a date with him, and he this is so good. He sees Frank Sinatra come in. And so then he excused himself from the table briefly, and he walked over and to Frank Sinatra and got through his goons or whatever. And as he said, he's like, "Would you like to talk to Mr. Sinatra?" Just like, whatever. And he walks over and he's like, "Hey Frank, I realize you're probably busy, but I'm with this girl. I'm really trying to impress her. It'd really mean the world to me if you could just pop over to the table and just say hello. You think you can do that for me?" He's like, "Oh, sure, I can do that for you. I can do that for you, Don. No problem." So then he goes back to his table and he's sitting there, and then he said Frank Sinatra then he's walking by and he comes over and he's like, "Hey, look who it is." He's like, Don goes, "Jesus, Frank, I'm trying to have dinner here. Will you get the hell out of here?" His things when like Frank Sinatra would be on Johnny Carson and Don Rickles would stop by. Those are on YouTube. Those are hilarious. Definitely worth checking out. Just you could tell that he said one of his great anecdotes was he said that when Johnny Carson, after Frank Sinatra died and Don Rickles was on Johnny Carson, he was talking about it. And he said, and they're telling stories, and he said, I swear to God, this is true. We went out to the club, or whatever, and we people were taking pictures and being all excited, and then we left, and then we went back to Frank's place, and the couple of reported people had kind of followed us, and they were still taking pictures and everything like that. We went into his place, then the rain came. And so it was there was thunder and lightning outside, and so they came in and everybody kind of got a drink, and Frank sat down on the couch, and he was kind of tired and had a headache, and the lightning coming down, and he finally sat up and he's like, "Don, get the hell out there and tell those photographers to stop taking pictures," because he saw the flashes. He said, "I swear to God, it's true." And he said, "What did you do?" And he said, "Well, what do you think I did? I walked outside and I yelled at the rain for 20 minutes."
My favorite story ever told on the Tonight Show. Johnny's got Mickey Mantle on, and he's talking about going out, back in the day, and he's talking about him and Whitey Ford and Billy Martin went hunting. So Billy Martin had never been hunting before, but he wanted to go with them. So there was a place upstate where they'd go all the time. It was on this farmer's land that Mickey Mantle has been going there for years and knew the guy. So he goes, we pack up the car, we drive up there. I go into the guy's, the guy has to let him know we're there, and the farmer's old and the farmer tells me, if I can do him a favor, and I was like, yeah, I grew up on a farm. What do you need? And he's like, oh, my cow out in the barn, I have to put her down, but I don't have the heart to do it. Could you take care of it for me? So Mickey's like, yeah, I'll take care of it for you. So he starts walking back to the car, and he's like, all right, I'm going to pull a joke on Billy Martin. And he goes,
that son of a bitch won't let us hunt here. He goes, I'm going to go kill one of his cows. He goes, so we grab the guns, we go into the barn. He goes, I put the cow down, and all of a sudden I hear, bam, bam. I turn around, and Billy's standing there going, I took out 2 of his horses.
That's horrible. There was an episode when Johnny Carson had Ronald Reagan on when he was still like the governor of California, and he was thinking about running or whatever. And they asked him, he said, "You like jokes?" And there's Ronald Reagan told the joke where he said there was a parents who had these 2 boys, twin boys, and one was just a pessimist and never nothing ever made him happy, and the other one was this just always positive kid, like couldn't always saw the good in everything, and so they took him to be kind of studied. They wanted to know why this happened, and so the doctors decided to. They took the pessimist boy and they put him in a room filled with every single toy you can possibly think of. Brand new, sitting on the shelves, ready to be played with. And then they took the boy that was an optimist, and they put him in a room that was just completely filled with horse shit. And so then they left, and they waited 30 minutes, and they went back in. They went back into the boys' room with all the toys, and he was just sitting in the middle of the room. He hadn't touched a single toy, and he was just bawling. And they walked up and they said, "What's wrong?" And he said, "Well, all these beautiful toys, but if I play with them, I might break them, so I don't dare touch them." And so he's just crying over this. And so they're like, "Oh my gosh!" So they walk into the other room, and here's this boy, and he's digging through all this horse crap. He's throwing it around. He's doing this, and he's just laughing, and he's just giggling. And they're like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "Well, with all this horse crap, there's got to be a pony in here somewhere."
Oh.
But yeah, that was one of Ronald Reagan's favorite jokes. Good stuff. I remember what was it? What did somebody say? Mention Sam Kinison. Yeah, Kinison's amazing. He was like the first of his kind, like that screaming and yelling and over the top. Mention Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy was just delirious.
2 albums were
I like
fantastic.
Pryor a little better though.
Pryor, yeah, Pryor. His whole thing about when he set himself on fire, that when he talked about it, that was a great bit. That he was very. People have always mentioned Bill Hicks. I've listened to some Bill Hicks, and he just doesn't drive. He's just. I mean, yeah, I can see what he was trying to do, but it didn't. It didn't click for me.
So here's how bad I am with comedy. I own 258 comedy albums just on iTunes.
Yeah. Mitch Hedberg, obviously a genius. I can listen to Mitch Hedberg all day long, and I know all the jokes. Just the whole what was it? When he said, it's like escalators can never be broken; they just become stairs. When an escalator breaks, they should just put up a sign that says, "The escalators are temporary stairs. We apologize for the convenience." Just, yeah. I mean, I remember I read I saw a thing, and this is obviously like 9-10 years ago, and it said that Jon Stewart did a thing where he talked about, and he said, when it comes to comedy, there are the 3 men in the mountain, and he said, and that is and in no order, it's Carlin, Cosby, and Pryor, and all the rest of us just look up and wish. And and admittedly, yeah, I mean, Carlin had his. If you want to cry, I forget the name of the podcast, but there's an excellent podcast out there that talks about that he talked to. God, I can't remember the name of it. He's another stand-up comedian that I can't think of his name, but he did it. But if you just typed in podcast Carlin's widow, and she talks about his last days and how he knew that his health was failing, and how and then and he I mean, I don't want to bury it, but I mean, like the thing was is that they were going to go to the hospital because he wasn't feeling well, and he was going to check himself in to have them like do some tests or whatever. And he told her, hey, it's gonna be fine, it's gonna be great, don't worry about this. We're just gonna go in and we're gonna take care of this or whatever. And he packed up and he made a show of like packing up his bags, and he brought like several different basically like for a longer stay, and they went to the hospital and they checked in, and then she was like she was there with him, and then she went and she was going to drive home, and then she just left, and then she got the call and they said that he had passed. And so then she went back, and obviously horrible. And then when she got home, she went up and she went into his room with his computer, and his screensaver on his computer was just a sign that says, it's like, just remember, I will always love you. He had changed it. He knew he was not coming home, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's just like it's crazy. It's just I don't know. He was brilliant, and he was pretty amazing, and great.
He's my all-time favorite.
Oh, he just his observational take on everything. I whenever anybody starts talking too much about politics, I say, here, listen to this, and I make him. I think everybody should listen to his thing about the illusion of the vote. He's like, every single politician has been bought and sold. They're giving you the illusion of choice, and the whole idea of it's like there's a club out there, and it's it's the people with the money, and we're not in it. The whole thing about it's like there's the people with the money, that's the upper class, and then there's the middle class people, and they're there to work those jobs, so the upper class has the money, and then there's the poor, and they're there to scare the shit out of the middle class, so they'll keep going to their jobs. and he said, and that's how the world works, and yeah, and it's too bad that it's so true. But in lighter news, guess who came to visit me just a couple days ago? Actually, if you follow me on Twitter, you probably knew. But Berkey. No, Berkey. Well, I guess technically he's got a pretty good white beard now. But yeah, Kevin Burkhartsmeyer came to. He had business in town, and he came in. We went out and grabbed some dinner and hung out for a bit, and he brought me a giant box of Happy Mouth seasoning, because I had run out, so I was pretty excited to have that. But yeah, that was good. He's in better spirits now. He's more upbeat than the last time I had talked to him.
Yeah, I've been emailing. I'm going to have him on probably the beginning of the next month.
Yeah, he mentioned that you emailed him, and he said he would never show up on your show if his life depended on it. But
Yeah.
It was nice of you to ask.
His life doesn't depend on it, so he can show up.
Yeah, it's...
So Kevin came to town. He's gonna be at Origins too.
Good.
Yes.
I can't wait for Origins. 3 weeks from right now.
I suppose, yeah.
Yes, I got to get my badges.
And tomorrow is BGG Spring.
Yes.
Last week was Geekway to the West.
For all intents and purposes, it sounds like Geekway to the West was a blast to be at.
I've heard it is a really good convention.
Yeah.
That's what everyone I know that has gone has said.
Kabuki Kid, Happy Mouth Seasoning is Kevin Burkhartsmeyer's personally made like rub for when you're going to be making food, like pork tenderloin or steak or chicken, fish. It works on pretty much everything, and it tastes amazing. And
awesome.
Anthony can back me up on this.
Yes,
I have a bag of it. I bought it.
I'm actually getting you a link to the website, so hang on. I'll post it in there in a minute.
Yeah, no, plus you'll be supporting Kevin Burkhartsmeyer. So
just turn down the volume on your computer. There's a bit of music there.
If I have not heard of anything about the Zaya expansion, and so I'll probably have to purchase one. I'll have to look into it though. I haven't heard anything. There's a Zaya expansion.
Yeah,
I've been so out of it.
Should be on Kickstarter, I think, if I remember right.
Is it launched yet?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, July.
July.
I need to play Gaia some more. I don't like the shield mechanism. Sorry.
Yeah, see. I'm making a change.
You do.
It's mechanic-y. Stick up for yourself.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Screw that elitist bastard. Stick up for yourself.
It's a mechanic.
Use the word, but still.
Yeah, it doesn't wear coveralls. It doesn't.
There's different because no words have more than one meaning.
No,
Yeah.
a single one in the English language.
Either word can work.
Hold on. A watch is a mechanism.
Yes.
The moving parts of the watch are the mechanics of the watch.
Tell him, Anthony.
Whatever. You can believe what you want to believe. I'll just be right.
Do you also say rules book?
It's a book. It's a book of rules.
So do you say the rules book is pretty good?
No, I say I have a book of rules.
No, that's not what you say. You say rule book.
I don't say that. You know what I say?
Yeah,
I watch your videos. You say the rule book is really good. The rule book it's laid out really nice.
I don't believe that's the case actually.
But you say rule book.
I say the book of rules is.
And I had an argument one day with.
No, not you.
With Donald Dennis regarding the whole rules book thing, because he says rules book, and I said, okay, so you call it a cookies jar then too, also. Because
if there was one cookie in it, yes.
Well, if you only put one cookie in it, it's a cookie jar, damn it.
If the jar is made to only hold one cookie, then it's a cookie jar.
Well,
what if it's a jar made of a cookie to hold multiple cookies? What do I call it then?
Awesome.
Exactly.
So what else are we saying wrong, Lance?
I don't know.
Oh, great guru of the North.
Hey, the Twins suck. So why don't you talk about that for a while? We won today. We beat Kansas City. So
yeah, so you're only 10.5 games behind us now.
Yeah, you know what? My ultimate win will just feel that much more horrible to you.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Well, you say that, but it's like, but when you're handing me $20.
$20 American dollars.
$20 American dollars. I'm not taking any Samoan dollars. I'm taking American dollars. Then I will, and as like I said, and as Teddy KGB said in Rounders, it's like it's a joke anyway. I'll be paying you back with your own money. So even if I lose.
Will you be licking Oreos while you're doing it?
I love the movie Rounders, but the after you've played poker, like for real, and you see the poker playing thing, it's just such a joke. All these string bets and just like ridiculous things that they do is just yeah.
The Twins have the worst record in baseball.
Yes, they do.
But they have the best fans.
We do. We do.
Sorry. Did you? Not saying it's a Tiger thing, but did you happen to catch the video that was going around on Facebook a couple days ago? The lady who sang the national anthem at the Tiger game. I think it was on Monday or Sunday's game. So, 94-year-old woman. She was born in. I can't remember now. No, she was born. No, she was born in Europe, and her family were taken into Nazi concentration camp. She was the only one in her family who was taken who survived. She was rescued, moved to America, got married, and she's 94, and she made a bucket list, and one of her things was to sing the national anthem at a baseball game, and the Tigers found out, and they invited her to come sing it. And she was pretty damn good for a woman who English was not her first language and was 94 years old and not a professional singer.
That's pretty cool.
Cool.
So that was pretty cool.
But I heard about that story, and you know what's kind of sad about that story though?
It was Tigers.
No. Since it was Detroit, when she left, somebody had broken into her car and stolen everything she owned.
Why was everything she owned in her car?
Because she's a vagabond. That's
okay.
part of the story you didn't hear about.
And with that, I'm going to bed.
Yo, why? Can't you make fun of Detroit with me for a little while?
Why would I want to make fun of Detroit? It does a good job of that itself.
Ooh, thank you. Thank you for that. I went to a game at the old Tiger Stadium.
I went to several.
The square.
Oh, I made a mistake. She was not 94. She's 89.
Oh.
But
we're like, what was it like that straightaway center field? Because it was basically a diamond, like literally a diamond. Was like, what was it, like 460 feet away or something like that? Like if you hit a fly ball to straightaway center field, you had to hit it a mortal ton to knock it out of the park.
The funny thing about the old Tiger Stadium was, there are places you can buy what they call obstructed view. Not really much now in the newer stadiums, but Yankee Stadium used to have the obstructed view seats. The old Tiger Stadium had tickets that actually would say on the ticket, "You may not be able to see the game from this seat," because they had these huge poles that held the upper deck, and they put seats right behind them. So you'd watch the game like this.
Well, I think those seats were basically so then you got up and you wandered around. You didn't sit in the seat. You just.
But literally, like the other places where the obstructive view is, like maybe you couldn't see like the right field corner or the left field corner. They were literally seats right behind it. You could not even see the field.
Yeah. No, I believe it. Well, Keith, you're going to bed?
So,
all right, man. Well, I'll talk to you later in the week and probably next week as well. But yeah, Origins, man. Origins, woo!
yep. I'm looking forward to it.
Guilds of London, woo!
Keith,
What's
get a
Guild
hold
of
of
London? I don't know anything about Guilds of London.
Keith, get a hold of Kevin. The other
Okay,
Kevin.
I'll try to remember to do that.
Okay.
What is Guilds of London? Tell me about it real quick, since I don't know anything.
All
about
right.
it.
Well, I'll strap on my TMG supporter badge here, and I will. Okay,
Right
Guilds of
back.
London is from Tony Bodiel of Snowdonia fame. Guilds of London is a game in which you'll slowly create you create a grid of the opening guilds of London, and as you progress through the game, you'll add more of them. Each person has a hand of action cards. The action cards can be used in 3 different ways. They can be used. Back up just a couple seconds here. So each person has liverymen, or basically meeples, and then they have a bunch of them in the general supply, and then they have liverymen that are ready to be used right away. You can use a card to take one of your liverymen from the general supply and put it into play, like in the Guilds of London, the center area where they aren't really doing anything yet. You can use action card for the color that it is. There's these different colors that also correspond to the different guilds. And you can then move one of your liverymen from the middle out to one of those guilds, or a liveryman that is currently out on another guild, you can move it around using it for that purpose. Or each action card has an actual action on it that you can use it for. You can just play that card, and you take the action that's on the actual card. And so, and that might cost you to discard cards to be able to use it, and some of them are free or whatever. So basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to get your liveryman out into these other guilds, and then the guilds themselves, once they have enough people on them to trigger them, when you do a resolution phase, you trigger it, and whoever has the majority on the guild will win control of the guild, and then they gain like a little extra like an action, or they gain some points, or they gain something else. And so basically you're trying to chain these reactions and keep your liverymen moving around. At the same time, you kind of collect more action cards so you can do more things, but you also want to collect these mayoral reward cards. It's just a fun thing to say. The mayoral reward cards have scoring bonuses at the end of the game. So like it will say control, for every maritime guild you control, you get 2 extra points. For every liveryman that is at the plantation, there's a spot where you send them to go work on the plantation, like the plantation in Virginia or in Ulster. You'll get points for that. Things like that. And so it's all about area control and wise use of your cards. And cards are tough to come by. Basically, if you play any cards during your turn, at the end of your turn, you only get to draw 2 cards. You need to they're the guilds that are green. The cards and the guilds that are green will let you draw a little bit more cards and get more cards into your hand. But the cards are tough to come by. If you don't do anything on your turn, you can draw 4 cards, and you'll end up doing that quite a bit, actually, just because of the fact that you don't have options to do what you want to do. And the big thing is that you want to put your workers or your liverymen out on the guilds to score them, and you want to have the majority. The second place person on there will get something as well, but anybody else doesn't get anything. There's a mechanism that's in the game that before it gets resolved, if you have neutral liverymen that you've collected, they're just meeples that are black, you're able to replace. You're able to then take anybody's liverymen, like yours, somebody else's, whatever, remove them from that and replace them with the neutral liverymen that won't vote, and then therefore you can then have the ability to gain access to the guild and take it over, when somebody else thinks that they can take it. And it's got a lot of conflict going on and messing with people, and it's a lot of fun. Tony did a really good job with it. So. And yes, if you want to be one of the cool people that have a copy, there will be 100 copies, which we presume will sell out quickly at the Origins. And then there will be about maybe middle of July it'll hit retail. So if you want to be cool and have a copy right away, there you go. And if you missed out on Orleans Deluxe, there will be copies of that at the booth as well. Woo! Orleans Deluxe.
Cool. Sounds good. All right,
you'll love it. You'll love it. It's a game that you'd like.
So I need to try it at Origins, I guess.
Yeah.
But if I want to try it first, it'll be sold out by the time I could buy it.
Well.
So what am I supposed to do?
Well, man, maybe if you knew somebody that worked for TMG, they could maybe hold a copy for you.
Maybe.
Talk to Michael.
Okay.
Oh, jerks.
Bada bing. All right. Good night, guys.
Good night, buddy.
All right, see you, Keith.
I want Lance to say Yog-Sothoth, whatever it is. I don't care. I'm das Vampir. What?
You're a vampire.
Oh. Why am I a vampire?
I don't know. I missed that part in the chat. Did we talk about Civil War?
The movie?
Yeah,
Or what happened back in the 1800s?
No, I know about that, but the movie. I remember you brought it up, but I didn't see it yet. I don't remember if we talked about it afterwards.
You mean Avengers 2.5?
Yes, that one.
Have you seen it now?
Yes, I did.
Any thought?
I'm glad. I'm happy the way they handled the 2 sides of it, like Iron Man's side of it and Captain America's side of it. I think I lean more towards Iron Man's side of, the split up and all that. But some of it didn't make sense to me. Like the whole thing was because of that. What was it? The Geneva Accord or?
What do you mean?
Movement.
Like the whole like why they couldn't be heroes anymore, or what?
Yeah, that's what I meant. But the main villain had all these plans in the works before that accord that they were supposed to sign. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was like he could see it happening or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
don't get it either.
a bit of a plot hole for me. But overall, it was a fun movie.
Yeah, I mean, it had the right elements of the fight scenes were done well. It had the cool giant man moment, which was fun. It had the it allowed everyone a chance to be, kind of have their moment to shine, which was good.
Yeah.
They managed to introduce Black Panther and not like just bury him. They actually made him pretty cool.
Yeah.
And gave him something to do. So no, we have not discussed the SDJ nominees. I think we'll do that in a little bit there, Greg. Once Anthony gets back, because I wanted to touch on that.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
There was a deer in my backyard. I couldn't get out.
What?
A deer got into my backyard, but it couldn't get out. I heard this noise. I'm like, what the hell? I went outside, and there's a freaking deer, and he's trying to get over the fence, and he couldn't get it over. So I had to go to the other side of the yard, open the other gate, come back inside, and hopefully it'd find its way out, and it finally did. So.
I was gonna say, don't get close. They can kill you.
Oh no, I know.
Okay.
But it was on the other side of the yard, trying to get over the fence, and it wasn't doing it. So I just ran out and opened the gate on this side of the yard.
Yeah. I'll see deer, not in my backyard anymore because I have a fence. But actually, I don't have a fence right now. Well, actually, I do, but it's not. Well, we were going to tear down the fence this summer anyway. But anyway, regardless. And then I just saw we're having another thunderstorm, and I'm really hoping my fence stayed up. I'll have to go check on it here in a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Civil War was really well done. I thought the whole having Helmut Zemo he didn't really work as a big villain. I mean, because his job really wasn't there to be a villain. His job was just kind of there to be there more than anything. Have you seen it there, Anthony?
Yes, I did.
Civil War. The line that stuck with me, and I've said it before, is just. When Tony Stark just says, "I don't care, he killed my mom." Yeah, that line just stuck with me. I mean, his whole thing. He's like, he didn't know what he was doing. I don't care, he killed my mom.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, fuck you, Captain America, get out of my way. And it made me. It did a really good job of making you sympathize for everybody that's in the situation. It wasn't like, oh, well, Tony Stark's an asshole. It wasn't a situation where you were like, oh, Captain America, he's doing the right thing. It was like, yeah, you didn't really know who to. Plus, it's like he's my friend, and he's like, yeah, I was too. Just like I don't know. It was well done. It was way better than Age of Ultron.
Yes. And they did a real good job with Spider-Man. They brought him back to what he should be.
Yep.
Yeah.
They made him cool. The banter. I think they could have done the banter a lot better, but and because they should have just done the banter, and they shouldn't have made it a point to have them say, you're not supposed to talk like this or whatever. It's just like it was a little bit too on the nose for people that have read comics, and I'm gonna guess that a lot of people did. It's just that's Spider-Man's thing, just yakety yakety yak when he fights. You don't have to draw attention to that. You don't have to. I thought that was a little bit too you get it? You get it? He's talking a lot. You get it?
I think they were making the point that they have Spider-Man back, and they're going to show you what Spider-Man in the comic books is really supposed to be like.
Yeah. Now, are they is Marvel Studios going to do the next what is it, Homecoming, or is that still Fox?
No, that's Marvel.
Okay. I wasn't sure if he was completely back to Marvel Studios.
He's completely back, and the talk I've heard lately is at the point where they actually get X-Men back, if they ever get X-Men back. We'll see X-Men in their comic book costumes.
Oh,
finally.
so good one. Okay. Yes. That's a weird situation with that Fox and Marvel thing. It's, the whole terminology they got to change, and like Lance was saying, he couldn't show the Daily Planet, or not the Daily Planet. In the Daredevil series, they didn't show the newspaper company and that.
Yeah, anything that carries over into the X-Men world, you can't use. That's why we're not getting mutants in the Marvel universe. We're getting the Inhumans. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's also why they killed Quicksilver in Age of Ultron.
Yeah.
Because technically they don't have the rights to him, so they couldn't refer to him as Quicksilver. So they just used his regular name and then said, "Okay, you're dead."
It is. It's weird. Yeah. It's a weird dynamic with the whole thing.
Lance is back.
I don't know, is he?
I'm sorry, what was that?
No, we were talking about the fact that they can't use things like mutants and they have to use the Inhumans we're getting, but the fact that they got to use Quicksilver and then made sure they killed him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. You know, it's like, I, you know, you just wish that Marvel could just own everything, and then you wouldn't have to worry about all this ridiculousness. But of course, you know, there's money involved, so we have to, you know.
I think the problem is not just the fact that Marvel has to own it. Marvel kind of screwed themselves by not getting more control, even with Fox doing this stuff.
Well, you have to remember when they were at this point, like Marvel was like going under. I mean,
Yeah.
it was they were.
No, I get that. But my point is, they still don't sign off on that other stuff. That it's not like, you know, when you're doing like
Can they do that?
Tolkien stuff. If you're doing things with Tolkien's family have to sign off on it. They have to approve it. You can't just use it.
Can Marvel sign off on it? I mean,
But that's the whole thing. The deal they made when they made the deal with the movies, they didn't think of that stuff.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was around the time of the first Spider-Man, right? With the, what's his name? The 30-year-old. What the hell was his name? McGuire, not McGuire.
Tobey Maguire.
Yeah.
McGuire, yeah. That was around that time, right? Or was that before when Marvel was going bankrupt?
Well, we can all agree, right, that Spider-Man 3 was the best of those.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, everyone loves a brooding emo Peter Parker.
That's what's good. My daughter just woke up. She went upstairs to use the restroom, and she's gonna come down here, and I'm gonna tuck her in. But then when we come back, we can talk STJ, and because those just got released. I suppose we should pay it lip service, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And pretend that the Spiel des Jahres matters.
It does in Germany.
It doesn't. I mean, like, what do they say? Like, if a game wins that in Germany, like, you can just basically say, yeah, you're going to sell another 50,000 copies or something like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's just like a guarantee that, you know, just. So I mean, that's got to be cool.
But
I'm sure over here it has some pull too. I mean, for like us, the geeks in the hobby.
I'm going to hold off on the comment they want to make about Spill the Jar until we get into it, because I have a problem with the Spiel the Jar in general, but I'm having a bigger problem with it this past year, and not because of the nominations.
Okay.
Somebody said the Fantastic Four is ruined. Yeah, Fantastic Four is ruined. Kabuki Kid said that. They I don't know. The reboot and the redo, it's one of those things where it's like they've totally they made Doctor Doom awful, and Doctor Doom is like one of the coolest villains in the Marvel universe. And I understand that it's tough to pull off a guy in some ridiculous metal armor and a green cape, I get that. I don't. I mean, you'd almost have to go. You'd have to pay tribute to the original design of it, but I don't know. Just to to represent it, it's tough. I don't know.
Did that movie do well? I haven't seen it.
Nope.
No, it did horribly. All right, hold on. I'll be right back.
Okay.
And it's still not as bad as the movie that never got released.
Oh, really? What was that?
They had the rights of Fantastic Four, and the guys were basically shot a movie that was horrible, just so they can hold on to the rights. Because the deal was if they hadn't done the movie by a certain period, they'd lose the rights. So they basically filmed a really, really, really bad movie, just so they'd retain the rights to try to like reshoot it at some point. And they never did, and then finally they lost the rights to it, and then that's when the first Fantastic Four movie was done. The first modern Fantastic Four movie was done, which isn't the worst.
Back in the 2000s, or
yeah, the first one, the one with the Captain America in it.
yeah.
But I don't know. It's just very hard to do those. It's very hard to tell the stories in these 2-hour movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna get enough of it. I mean, now the fact that everyone knows the Spider-Man or origin story, if they didn't know it before, which most people knew the origin story before, they're not gonna have to do it in Homecoming when they do it.
Right.
But
Now,
we hope they don't.
I don't think they will. But do you think that Marvel set too high of a standard for the other companies, like Fox and DC? Or does the audience expect something more like Marvel, and they're just disappointed by what's coming out with these other ones?
Well, now, here's the thing: whenever you're doing, we were talking about Game of Thrones earlier. Whenever you're doing movies or TV shows based off of something that people already know the story, and they have an attachment to it, and they kind of have a inside feeling of how they think it should be, those people are going to be disappointed. But people who do not know the story and do not know anything about it are going to love it.
Right.
Like, for them, usually, unless it's just a really bad movie. That's why people who don't read the comics love Age of Ultron. And that's why people who really like the comics don't like Age of Ultron as much.
I don't really read comics. I didn't like Ultron that much.
But there's a difference. There's a big difference in the line. It's like I always say, like, I'm a huge G.I. Joe fan. That was like my number one comic that I read in the 80s and 90s. And both of those movies are horrible G.I. Joe movies. But neither one of them is a bad movie.
Right.
They're just really bad G.I. Joe movies. And that's that standard you have to live up to. I mean, yeah, everyone will say that the third Spider-Man movie was horrendous. Fans of the comics hate it more only because of how they did Venom. And those are those things where people, if you are fans of something, you have a bigger criteria. If you're a bigger critic of it. Lord of the Rings movies are fantastic. The Hobbit movies are not.
Right.
But again, if you never read the book, you probably like the Hobbit movies better than people who read the book and know the story and realize that you really didn't have to do this over 3 long movies.
That's one series of books I never did read. I started The Hobbit, and it was just too slow for me, so I never continued.
Yeah, and that's like you read like certain things, like if you don't know the subject matter of the story and all that. That's why, again, like Game of Thrones, people who've never read the books are really liking the show.
Right.
and they like everything about it because they don't know any different. I'm saying they don't know any better, but they don't know any different. I mentioned The Natural earlier. I read the book before I saw that movie. The book is so much better because it does not have the Hollywood ending.
Yeah. Well, books in general are usually better than the movies or shows because they have more time to develop it. Yeah.
But I mean, you can't just. The fact is, Matt, you cannot have those kinds of endings in Hollywood movies.
Yeah, not today.
You can't. I mean, even like movies like the end of Seven, people applaud that movie, and at the end of it is it's not your typical Hollywood ending, but in the end, the good guys win.
Yeah.
Technically.
Yeah.
All right. Now I'm back.
Let me grab a drink before we go into this.
You want a what now?
I'll be back in a minute.
He's gonna get a drink.
I should have grabbed something.
We talk about how expectation going into something makes things seem worse than they may actually be.
I gotcha. I'm following.
Oh.
But I don't know. Where is he? Where'd he go? Where is he?
I think it's something to drink.
Where's Jabba? Bring him back. So I mean, other than that, so you're going to Dice Tower Con, right?
No.
No, you're not going to Dice Tower Con.
I was supposed to go, but now I have to go to India, so I won't be around.
Gotcha. Womp womp.
Yep. Today I watched videos of people who filmed their experience in business class on Emirates, and I gotta say that plane is pretty freaking sweet.
Are you flying business class?
I am flying business class.
So you're gonna have like a foot massage or something, or what?
I get my own little cubby thing, and my seat fully reclines to a bed. I have my own little mini bar at my seat. I have 3 TV screens, dining. There's a lounge. Even before you get on the plane, there's a separate lounge at the airport for Emirates that they serve like buffet and they have drinks and stuff. And then on the plane, they have showers and it's ridiculous.
Well, good.
I bet that cost a pretty penny for your company, huh?
Yeah. I'm not paying for it, so I don't care.
It's insane. I was looking into going to Ireland, and the jump from, the between the classes is unreal. Like with Ireland, it went from like $550 a person, and then the next class up was like $900, and then it was like $1,200. It was nuts.
Yeah, I saw the what they had or whatever as far as the like sorry no I mean the difference, yeah, I mean you walk in and they got their own little like seems like their personnel valet and what have you, and going through the whole process. So I don't know. Did you see that somebody recently posted on Board Game Geek like earlier today with the title of Thoughthammer no longer in business, what online store should I use to purchase my items from? And it's just like so people are just like, yeah, miniature market and cool stuff, and it took like 6 or 7 posts until finally somebody said Thoughthammer's been out of business for years. What have you been buying games with for like the last 4 or whatever? It was just,
they were only selling Magic cards at one point, and then they were totally gone.
Yeah, I just it was like, yeah, I used to like Thoughthammer. They were cool, but they went out of business. Why? they went and they went out because they were like the first one to say we're going to sell games at like a 20% discount instead of 30%, and then yeah, then they dried up and withered away. It was just like people are like, yeah, we're gonna believe that if we have like really good customer service and we ship fast and well, people will still shop with us. And no, people just want it cheap. Can we have it cheap? Thank you. Done and done.
All right, I just want to address something in the chat before we go on to Spiel the Jar.
Okay, yeah.
Paul, yes, I understand that he wanted to be killed in the movie, but at the end, he's still dead and the cops are alive. The good guys win.
So what movie is this?
Sort of. So we're talking about 7.
7.
But I will also say that the fact that you never know what's in that box, everyone assumes it's her head, and that is not what it should be in that box.
What should it be?
It should be the embryo, the dead baby, in the box.
Oh.
That he cut it out of her, and that he doesn't understand what that is. But anyway, Spiel is yours.
Well, I was just gonna say, I was gonna say, what was it? Did you hear like recently, like GeoCities is finally gonna shut down or something like that? Like it was like it's available like only in Japan, I guess, but now they're like talking about that it's actually gonna finally shut down. Like
as long as my MySpace page is still active, that's all I.
Is MySpace still a thing?
It's still active. It's still alive. It's still active, and Tom is still my friend.
Tom, like Tom Vassell?
No, Tom. He's the guy who owns it, and every time you sign up for MySpace, he's your first follower. It automatically he follows you.
See, the thing with the MySpace page, it's like,
MySpace was good for one thing and one thing only. If you had a band, that's what MySpace was good for. It wasn't good for anybody else. Nobody else got anything out of MySpace unless you were in a band. And your people would go to see you at a bar, and they could go follow you on your MySpace page.
Weird. There's a big thread about the miniature market page too on BGG.
What about the redesign?
Yeah, and like people seem very forgiving about it. So I don't know. I did notice that the guy who used to run Board Game Warehouse posted on there, it's the second best board game retail website I've ever seen. So, but.
All right, Spiel is yours. Come on, it's 1 o'clock.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize you were in such a hurry. Spiel is yours. So, and then the Kenner Spiel. All right. So, basically, quickly, the 3 got nominated for Spiel are Codenames, Karuba, and Imhotep. So, everybody's played Codenames.
Yes.
Most people probably are knowledgeable, possibly, of Karuba, just because it's been out for a while and it's a Haba game. But it's one of those. It's like that new thing that Haba's trying to do, where it's like they're trying to actually not like make a straight kids game. They're kind of trying to make like a family game, like an actual Euro. Which cool, I guess, whatever. And plus, it's Rudiger Dorn, so I mean, and he's a pretty good designer, right? And Imhotep, which looks really, really cool, but nobody's played it because it hasn't been released over here yet. So, but does anybody think any game but Codenames is going to win this?
I'm not sure if Codenames will. Has the Spiel ever awarded a party game?
I don't know. I'd have to research it, and that's just talks like a lot of effort.
Yeah, I don't think they have.
I don't think it's. I think that Codenames is going to win, but only because it is a big hit everywhere. It's not just a lot of times we look at these things and we go, oh, well, this game's much better than this game when it comes to this spiel, because that's what we play here and that's what we understand here.
Right.
Gaming in Germany is totally different than gaming here. So, but I think Codenames is going to win.
Yeah, I think there's just no way. I mean, it's just there's too many people, right? That are like way too like, I mean, it's just it went over like gangbusters. I mean, it's like, I mean, they've sold a gajillion copies of it, and it's like, it's just a really good game. And now I think the picture one's gonna be neat that they're making or whatever. As far as that goes, like the Codenames pictures, I think that's kind of a cool idea. So, I mean, I think that'll be. I think, when is that released or whatever?
I think Gen Con, maybe.
Yeah.
I think.
But anyway, so that's kind of boring. I mean, as far as the debate with that one. But Kennerspiel is actually a pretty good collection. They have Time Stories, which obviously a lot of people really enjoyed. Isle of Skye, which is crazy that like Mayfair actually published a game that was. I mean, I didn't know what to think about it. Then when I actually sat down and played Isle of Skye for the first time, I was like, this is a really good game. I really like the whole idea of like how much. Setting the price for the tiles and what have you. And there's a third game that's a pile of crap, but we won't talk about that one. So.
I don't think Isle of Skye will win it.
It won't, but I think Isle of Skye should.
Yeah.
Because Pandemic Legacy is the one that I'm making fun of, and like I said, I can understand why people really, really enjoy Pandemic Legacy. I get it, I understand it. I'm just not a fan of Pandemic, and I'm only through, like, 4 months of it, and I'm like, okay, this is kind of neat. But I mean, it's like, when my friends come over to play games, it's like, I'll ask, should we play another session of Pandemic Legacy? And like, everybody's just kind of like, eh, that's the reaction. It's like, we're just, whatever. I suppose we could, but nobody's like, yeah, let's do it. But I thought Isle of Skye was like, I mean, that's a really good game. I really like it. I mean, I think it's kind of medium heavy and it's good. And I think Time Stories is way too much of just an exercise, really.
Yeah, I don't think Time Stories will win.
Then Pandemic Legacy will win it. You know what they will.
Yeah, I think.
I'm calling for the upset.
What do you think, Time Stories?
I think Isle of Skye is going to win.
Really?
Yep.
Well, see, I think the only reason why I think Isle of Skye has a shot is because Time Stories, like I said, is like an exercise. It's like, oh, okay, we're gonna, it's a game that you're just gonna win eventually. It isn't like you're. It's like I said, it's like a choose your own adventure where you're marking each page as you go through to make sure that you get all of the story, and because. Like I said, like when you're playing Time Stories, why even do the time of it? Like why would you like the first time you play it? Okay, you play it and you're like, oh, this is kind of neat, or whatever. But then it's just like, why are you doing the reboot? Like, who are you playing against at this point? You're just making yourself like repeat things.
Yeah.
And I get it, finding out the story and discovering the answer and everything like that is very cool, and no spoilers for anybody. But and I understand that, and I think that's a cool thing. But all in all, Time Stories is just like a kind of a weirdly timed choose your own adventure book, in a way. I mean, it just so I don't know. It kind of bugs me, a little bit. So I mean, for that, it's kind of a gimmicky, and that's why I don't think that'll be, the one that wins it.
I was actually surprised to see Pandemic Legacy even nominated.
Well, the thing about Pandemic Legacy, I think it's also gimmicky. It's like the whole, it's Pandemic, which everybody likes.
No, I get that, but we're not talking Golden Geek. We're not talking Origins Award. We're talking Spiel des Jahres. And if you look at the games that get nominated for Spiel des Jahres, this is not the kind of game that gets nominated for Spiel des Jahres.
No, it's not. Neither is Time Stories, though, either. I mean,
right.
Yeah. I think Pandemic is Eurogamey enough that it has a chance. Where Time Stories is straight, almost Ameritrash.
All right. Somebody who's watching right now, go and look up Spiel des Jahres nominees from 5 years ago and tell me if Pandemic is nominated on there. Or even in the recommended. Because it probably isn't. It just seems like this is not the games that fall in. And we've seen a change over the past couple of years of the kind of stuff that gets nominated, but it's still, this is way on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
Like, I look at the 3 games that made the recommended list, and like Mombasa, I think should be one of the 3 finalists, just based on the criteria that they usually use.
Yeah.
Seven Wonders Duel is good, but it's 2-player game, so that's kind of harder to make. A Spiel des Jahres list, especially since from everything I've heard in Germany, it's usually 3 to 5 people is a normal game, gaming family, and that's the whole thing that why these 5 players things are built into all of these games that come out of Germany. They're not usually not 2 to 4 player games. They're usually 2 to 5 player games because 5 is like a magical number there as far as player count. It just seems odd, these picks.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm throwing all my money though at Leo Gets a Haircut or Leo Goes to the Barber for taking the Kinder Spiel des Jahres award.
Why do you say that?
Because it has the name Leo muss zum Friseur. Leo Goes to the Barber.
All right.
So that's my pick. Either that or because that's Reiner Knizia. They like him too.
Knizia. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's just I find myself just not, caring that much, about the Jahres. It's weird. It's just like it doesn't excite me.
So I'm gonna go and put my my comment that I was gonna make before out now. So here's my problem with Spiel des Jahres. Oh, and they're saying Pandemic was a nominee in 2009. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Oh, that means it's gonna win because they want to give it to Pandemic now.
Okay.
So that then because they'll want to apologize, to Matt Leacock.
He lost to Dominion.
Yeah.
So anyway, here's the thing with Spiel des Jahres. Spiel des Jahres is one of those things where it's great. We know it's great to win it because everyone wants to play the Spiel des Jahres winner. But I look at things like Spiel des Jahres the same way I look at things like Oscars or Emmys or Tonys or Grammys. You should make the best of whatever it is you're making. Do not make a game because that game is a Spiel des Jahres nominee kind of game. And I've heard more than one publisher over this past year talk about games they're releasing on how this game is a perfect fit. This is a Spiel des Jahres nominee type of game. And not because the game's good, but because it fits in that
category
criteria. And that drives me nuts. Like it's like make the best game you can make. Don't make something because it fits the criteria to win this award. It's one of those things where you get nominated. People say, "Oh, it's a pleasure to be nominated." Yeah, then let it be that because someone recognized the work you did, not because you tried to game the system by making something that fits. Oh, all the games that win are no longer than 90 minutes. Okay, well, let's make a game that's 90 minutes. And they like games that are more family friendly. Let's make a 90-minute more family friendly game. And they have this. Oh, and wait, should we have that? And stop. If you win, you win. If you don't win, it's fine. People are still going to buy your game if it's a good game. I don't get this, and it's not that it's a random thing. I've heard at least 3 different publishers say it about something that was coming out and how, oh, this is going to be a perfect Spiel des Jahres nominee for next year. Like, how do you know?
They know.
Yes.
Well, the only way you know is if you game the system to try to make something that fits that.
No, I can buy into that. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying there. But I don't know. Like I said, it's a big deal. But like I said, it's just not a big deal to us for whatever reason. You know, I mean, it's just kind of like we're all very meh. You know, whatever. You know, and it's just we get more excited about the Dice Tower Awards than that. Honestly, in my opinion, over here in America.
I think they're actually better run than the other awards, and they mean
how does the Spiel des Jahres even work? I don't understand how it even works. I mean, it's just like, is it like some weird
committee?
It's a very small committee.
Yeah.
It's not a very large committee, very small committee, and they do have criteria of what they look for.
The majority of them are German.
They have nominations for them and all that, but I just think the fact that they, in their mind, have what the game, what the best game is. I'm sorry, I don't like the game, and it's not the fact that I don't like the game. It baffles my mind, and I will tell you right now, that Kingdom Builder won the Spiel des Jahres because Donald Vaccarino's name was on it. That's the only reason that game won Game of the Year that year. That game is not even close to worthy to being Game of the Year. And if you like it, that's fine, but I sit there and challenge anyone other than Donald X Vaccarino to tell me why that game is the best game of the year.
Oh, didn't you enjoy the decision you make?
The decision to play it or not?
No, like basically when you play it, there's like the one decision or whatever. You know?
Yeah, you pick a card. Oh, put it in grass. Okay, thanks. And you can't. It's not like you can put it anywhere in grass. You have to be next to the grass you're already touching. So yeah, I don't have a decision to make. So anyway, the thing about any sort of award thing like this is, and I'm not saying it happens, but there is a very good likely possibility because of the financial gain you get from winning or even being nominated, that yeah, you may be able to buy it.
But where's the but?
Right over here. I'm not saying it's happened, but it's not impossible.
Yeah.
You know, it was a platform where if you got your game featured on that platform, it was very good for business, where people were asked to make donations to that platform when their games were being considered. Just saying.
What are you saying?
I'm just saying that someone said, "Hey, your game is up for consideration. I think it's got a good shot. By the way, would you like to donate some money?" And not would you don't like to donate some money, an actual dollar amount was recommended. So yeah. When there is a chance for it to happen, you always sit there and go, maybe. You've seen things in your life, and you sit there and go, whose nephew are you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Right? There's somebody you've worked with over your lifetime. You sit there and go, how does this person still have their job?
Where'd you learn your trade?
Who told you that you could work with men? Men who are out there trying to earn a living. But
All right, so in your opinion, what is the better game award for us here in America?
I think that the Dice Tower Awards, the way they're done, are probably the best run and most meaningful awards out there. More so than the Golden Geeks, definitely more than the Origins Awards. Those are, I've sat and gotten the emails on them. And the back and forth and the debating and the arguing on what should be on there, what shouldn't be on there, why it should be. Hey, Joel's on the committee. Joel will tell you. We're talking about Dice Tower. Dice Tower Awards are better than Spiel des Jahres.
Yeah, I'm catching up. I don't agree, but Dice Tower Wars good. Keep going. Continue your thought.
But we're basically have a large amount of people who are doing the best they can to get the games that maybe the game that wins, maybe the game that came in second probably should have gotten it. But you don't have these games come out of nowhere and like, oh wait, how the hell did that game win?
Yeah. The thing to remember about the Spiel des Jahres, though, is they have they have a small committee, but they have like a large group of playtesters that they rely on, and they actually play the games like 50 times or more, and I guarantee you nobody on the Dice Tower committee, myself included, plays any of these games that are nominated 50 times.
Oh no, I know that.
Let's be straightforward with the Dice Tower committee. There's a lot of people on there. I'm on there.
There's at least 50 or more.
So I mean, it's I'm honored to be part of it. And it was very nice of him to ask me to be on it whenever it was that he did. But it's not like it's like there's 7 of us in a smoke-filled room,
Right.
No, and there's a lot of voices, but not so many voices.
Yeah.
Like Golden Geek is there's so many voices.
Right.
Well, and the way the Dice Star Awards work, it's like it's like you're allowed to nominate anything you want. Like, and then we spend the better part of a month arguing about whether or not basically kind of going back and forth, and then the proof's in the pudding, with the votes, and then we narrow it down, and then you narrow it down, and so on and so forth. And I think it works well. I mean, it's
So I want to go back to Joel's thing about the 50 playtester thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they're playing what's presented to them as the nominees, though, correct?
I don't remember exactly how it works to get to the nomination process, but I know that there is a lot of arguments and discussion about that, and then once it gets to the nomination, or they kind of reduce it down to a list. This is a little bit out of memory, but I think they get it down to like 20 games, let's say. And then they play and play and play, and then they kind of organize the nominations and then the recommends. But that's after like tons of plays, and they like interview people about their experience with the game. And it's like super targeted though, because it's Spiel des Jahres is like basically Family Game, the end,
Right.
And then Kenner's like sort of complex Family Game. But Dice Tower's like, best game, which could be Codenames or Pandemic Legacy. Like they're in the same mix. So I think both are good. Like, because I don't think it's a good idea to compare Pandemic Legacy to Codenames. Like, who cares if you think one is better than the other, really? Like, they're completely different. But it's not without merit. I mean, just the fact that they're nominated, you got to think of like somebody coming in like as a casual type of person that's just getting into the hobby or just wants to like a list of 10 games to buy this year. they'll go like, okay, cool, Codenames is cool. That's a party game that was really liked. I'll grab that one. I'll get, Blood Rage. That looks like, you're gonna hit all these different facets. And like the thing that I've come down to with the awards, it's not like to say like this is the best one. Even with like a top 10 list, like who cares what the number one is? You just care like what's in the list, so that the viewer can go through and pick out like, okay, cool, these number 2 and number 6 and number 8 sound cool to me, so I'm gonna check those out more. Like it's not that I don't think it's such a big deal if something wins, but I'm retarded, so. But
no, and we said that too. Like it didn't really matter to me if you win the Spiel des Jahres or not. If you win the Dice Tower Award, or you win Origins Award, or you win the Golden Geek, it doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, it's an honor, but yeah.
Right, but the point is that with something like Spiel des Jahres, there is a definite financial gain.
Oh yeah.
To those people for winning it. Yeah. So once you add in some sort of financial reward for it, you also run the risk of it being a little tainted.
Well, you don't really get an award directly for the award. It's just the outcome of winning raises it to the level.
But my point is, if I have a game that's doing fairly well, as far as sales go, and you tell me that I can sell 50,000 additional copies by winning this award, and I have the ability somehow to influence somebody, that I'm not going to try.
Well, but I don't know. That kind of gets into conspiracy land for me. So.
No, and I've heard stories. And I'm saying it's happened. I've heard stories that it, maybe not now, but I think at some point in the past, when it wasn't as spread out as it is, because now it's not Spiel des Jahres for inside of Germany. It's Spiel des Jahres. It's a whole big thing that it's probably governed a little bit better.
Right.
But
one thing they got flack for, kind of to your point, is it seemed like Hans im Gluck and Cosmos and XYZ, and it was a small group of publishers that was ever winning the award. It wasn't like you never see like a Portal or ever win it.
It's the same thing with the Origins Awards, because you had people nominating things on there based on what was selling.
Yeah.
Not what the quality of the game was. That's why Origins Awards, that's why Cryptozoic games end up on the Origins Awards for Best Game. Because the game, because of the theme or whatever, is selling well. And since the Origins is from Gamma, and it's all about people selling games, if they're selling a lot of copies of DC Deck Building Game, that's going to get a nominee for Game of the Year. Regardless if it's better than other stuff, and that's why other stuff does not get on there, because those stores are not selling tons of copies of this game, even though this game is way better than the one that's selling, Munchkins, blowing off the shelves.
Yeah, but I think they're making strides to change the Origins Award, because the nominees have definitely improved. Like,
oh yes, definitely.
Last couple years. But the other thing is, like, you have to. Like, there's some criteria, like you have to submit and give like 20 copies of the game to whatever, and some companies just choose like not to do that. And it's probably not actually worth it, because I don't know that the Origins Award makes a game sell after the convention's over. I don't know.
No, probably no, because everyone thinks it's a joke anyway. So
right, maybe eventually one day, maybe it'll.
That's like the running joke is, because Eric talked about it on Dice Tower once, saying like, I wonder if you're in a place that's selling a game and there's the Dice Tower Award logo on it, and if you said out loud, "Oh, I won a Dice Tower Award," that must mean it's good, and see if someone responds to you.
I've seen that happen though.
I've actually done it just as joking around to see if somebody respond, and of course nobody does. So, but
I've seen the store, like the store I go to is pretty good about like doing that. They'll have like little not placards, but little pieces of paper, whatever, like Dice Tower, or like it'll say like BGG top 1%. Basically means it's in the top 100 or whatever BGG. They'll like mark it like that. And I've seen when people come in and then they're asking for help, and the person that works there says, well, this one was ranked highly by gamers, which means it's in the top 100 WG, or it'll have like the little watch it played logo to be like, you can take this home and scan this barcode and watch how to play without reading the rules. So I don't know, it's just my store, but they do like kind of tie that in with stuff.
Yeah, mine does too.
It's not the game.
Yeah, they get from GTS their games if they're getting the watch it played shelf tags.
Yeah, it's Uncle's Games. There's like 4 or 5 of them in the Northwest.
And they got the QR codes on the shelf tags too.
Yeah.
Take it right to the video, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I took. It's funny. There's a little like a little pitch the beanbag game called Cornhole, and I took the watch it play thing and then put it underneath the cornhole, and I took a picture of it and I sent it to Rodney. I says, "Oh, you learned how to play cornhole."
Hey, don't you knock cornhole? Cornhole's awesome.
No, it is. You know what's weird on that box? It says you can now play it in an elevator. I couldn't understand like what. It was the weirdest thing.
And honestly, nobody calls it cornhole. They call it bags. That's just, let's play bags.
That's the name of the box, though. That's cornhole.
Well, I know, but I mean, it's just I don't know. It's
maybe it's a regional thing that they call it bags up in Minnesota.
Called bags.
I've always heard it called cornhole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's and I mean I made my own dudes, my own like things, the boards and the bags and everything, instead of like paying whatever it is for a crummy like the plastic ones that are all just crappy and whatever. So
it's like horseshoes for people who've been hit in the head with a horseshoe too many times.
Bags is great, man. It's like you I mean, pretty much play like everybody does, where with a beer in one hand and the bag in the other.
Yeah.
So that's pretty standard. Joel, what are you doing up?
I just got done playing Overwatch.
Oh yeah, how you liking that?
It's fun.
Are you playing it on PS4 or Xbox? What?
PC.
All right.
Most people that I know that are playing it are on PC, so I said, well, I'll get it on PC because then I'll have people to play with. Because it kind of sucks if you're just like playing random by yourself, unless you're on a good team and people are communicating. If you just play with people that don't talk or like stay in the same location and spread out and get picked off.
Is it just capture the flag or kill everybody, or what is it?
It has like multiple game modes, so it's kind of like Team Fortress if you ever played that.
Yeah.
But they'll have like different ones where like you have to like go capture a location, which will
Pyro, baby, only class to play in Team Fortress.
But you go capture this point and there's like a cooldown. Once you capture it, it'll start moving this vehicle like through the map. It's
Oh
like
yeah, the Team Fortress convoy thing where you like if there's enough of them, then the thing starts moving.
Right, exactly that. And then one you have to like capture point A. Once you do that, then you unlock point B, and the other team is defending, or you just go and hold certain points, and just all random. But it's got like 25 classes, and they're all really cool and fun to play, and stuff like that.
You sound really enthused by it.
No, it's Blizzard, so they basically take an awesome genre and then just polish the heck out of it, and then they sell billions of copies. Like World of Warcraft took EverQuest and made it amazing. Not that EverQuest sucked, kind of did, but and they took the RTS genre and polished it up.
I've considered picking it up. I haven't decided, but my computer is old, so I couldn't run it on my PC, so I'd have to play it on like my PS4, which is fine. That wouldn't bother me. I just
go buy it.
I had the beta on the PS4. I thought it was fun on there too. So
quiet you. He's trying to convince me to go through with the getting the limited edition of No Man's Sky. So.
I said no, and then you yelled at me for telling you no. Now I'm telling you yes, and now you're getting mad that I'm telling you yes.
You know you're just going to do it anyway, Lance.
You know what? I'm undecided.
I'll give you a very strong maybe. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I was going to talk about it. I thought I was going to say we should probably call it an evening. But hey, I was going to ask you guys if you had checked out this The Depths of Durangrar, sorry. It's a game that's designed to be played in the dark.
Yep. It's
Yeah.
funded.
What?
It's funded.
Yeah, it did. It's got like it funded by 5,000. Dang it. You know, I wasn't thinking. I mean, the only reason I would be worried about backing this is like I don't think it'll like you wonder whether or not they'll be able to create it right.
Yeah.
Like whether or not they'll be able to pull it off. But I was going to ask you guys, do you remember? And I can't remember the name of this game, but I loved it. And the game, it was an old game. So it had to be from like either the late 70s or early 80s. And the game was all about. It was kind of like a Death Star type game, where in the very center of the game board, it was a space game. There was this this dome, the circle dome, that had a light on the inside, but you would spin it was like a top, and the light would then blink and shoot out these holes that were around it, and you moved your spaceship around the board, and you would collect these crystals, these different colored crystals that matched your color. And then if you got hit by the light when somebody would spin it, it would like knock the crystals off you and send you back. But you were trying to work your way into the middle of the board. And then the little portholes that the light would come out. If you got close enough, you could take one of the crystals that you had got, that you stacked up on top of your ship. You would then be able to put it into the porthole. And then so then when somebody spun it, if it shot in the hole that you had put your crystal, you'd win because you caused it to explode because it was shining through your crystal.
Never heard of it.
I can't remember the name of that game to save my life. But when I saw like the little videos they had of like the different LED lights, like shining and then like highlighting the different like treasures and the monsters and whatever. I got that. I remembered that game, and I can't remember the name of that game. What?
Is it Laser Attack?
Laser Attack? I mean, I'd have to look it up to see. I mean, because I can't remember the name, even if you told me.
This is the game that comes with the night vision goggles, right? You talking about
it is Laser Attack. You're exactly correct. Laser Attack. I have so many fond memories of playing that.
I'm not as old as you though.
Did you own Laser Attack?
No. I don't even remember this at all.
Yeah, no, and so like if you go to BGG and look at the pictures, it's like
this was rad. I need this now.
Yeah, that's somewhere in my parents' basement. My copy of Laser Attack sits there, and it was flat out fun. It was like completely overproduced with little gems and everything like that.
Wait. Laser Attack on Amazon.com for $10.88.
Yeah, I was just pulling it up.
There you go. You're all set, Joel.
Yeah, if it works. I mean,
yeah, it probably doesn't work at all.
There's a lot of problems people had, like the lights burning out and things like that.
Sure.
That it unfortunately would not run or whatever, and so that's kind of like the problem that you run into.
But talking about the Dungeon of Duragar or whatever, I did read
Durangrar.
Whatever. I did read a review on it, and it was kind of lukewarm on the whole thing. Like you had to sort of suspend disbelief or whatever, even with the lights off and everything. But they were using not the components that they're actually selling with the Kickstarter. They bought some off-the-shelf components and sent to this guy. So apparently the money is going to be used to fund like better goggles or lights or something, and I don't know. Like, I'm glad it's funded, but I would not go back it. I want to check.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw it, I kept thinking, man, that would be a lot of fun to play with my kids, you know.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm just wary on the on it, you know, because it's just like, oh,
Yeah.
That game just screams production issues.
Yeah.
And I'm
Totally.
not talking like regular delay stuff. I'm talking about them getting samples that don't work the way they designed the game that work.
Yeah.
So, quick question, Joel. Fallen Sky video. When's it coming?
Oh, I haven't even played it yet. I got it, but yeah, probably not for a couple weeks.
I see it back there. That's why I asked.
Oh, yeah. I got some other ones in the queue there ahead of that.
yeah.
one.
Where's my Guilds of London review?
It's coming. I knew you would ask about that.
Yeah, where is it?
It's fun, so it's gonna be a good review. I'm gonna play it again tomorrow, actually. But I like it. It's cool. It's got that what do you call it? The multiple use card kind of thing going on, and
Yep.
uh,
Cards can
area
be used 3 different
control.
ways, and
Yeah, area control and the cards, and it's got that kind of feldy salad thing happening. I like that.
well, you know, did you win your game or?
No. I spent half the game trying to learn the damn icons.
Yeah,
Not that bad, it's just,
my players complained about that too. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, you know, the icons, and I was like, why do they have these? And I was like, so they don't have to. They can publish this in multiple languages. That's why.
It's not bad. It's just you got to get like halfway through the game, then it kind of clicks, and it's like, okay, can we start over?
Well, yeah,
It's not big
and
deal.
I love icons.
But hey, I got a question for you. I'm not sure we played the. You know how you add tiles?
Yeah.
So like that section is worded kind of weird, and I have to go back.
It is. Basically, if you're playing with 4, when you're adding 6 tiles during the growth phase,
Right.
you will just think of it this way. No matter if you play with 4 or you play with 3,
Yeah.
you're going to end up filling the entire another circle, another square completely
Right.
around. Just because with 4 you only played to round 12, and with 3 you played around 15. So no matter where you put the guilds down, just recognize the fact that it's going to create another square around the existing rectangle. That's all
That's what I thought.
that's all you have to think about. Yeah, it's worded very poorly in the.
Yeah. The last step where it's like you start to the south, and it's like it almost seems like you start a circle, but then it steps out, and I'm like, that can't be right.
No, just create the rectangle and keep the rectangle going. So just and honestly, I mean, it's just like it doesn't really matter where you begin it.
Right. You could start it. Okay.
Yeah, because but just do it. I do like the rule that they say that have the compass point the actual north.
Yeah.
Instead of just like to the top of the and so I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, I mean it's yeah, it's fun. It's good, and it's got enough and you never use all of the guilds, so
Right.
you can't guarantee what's going to be available and what isn't, and whether or not those special tiles, the special buildings will be available, and so yeah, it's got a lot of legs. So
Is this a TMG only game, or did this come out in Europe or something last year? Because I don't remember hearing about it, and then you mentioned it to me, and I was like, okay, what's this? And I saw the designer, and I was like, okay, this is probably good.
yeah, I believe. Well, I think there might be other ones, but I mean, I think that this is they totally talked to Tony or whatever, and it was something they picked up. Here, give me a second here. I'll look at something.
Essen 2014.
Yeah, this is okay. I apologize. This it's Surprise Stare Games is I believe that is
That's Tony's company.
that's
Yeah.
Tony's little company. That I shouldn't say little company, but yeah, this is where he was he went to Essen, Michael. This was one of one of the games he picked up when he was at Essen. So
Cool. That's cool.
yeah, and and well, there you go. And I tried desperately to get you to agree to review Yokohama, and you keep saying no.
I still have Old West from Tasting Minstrel that I haven't reviewed, and I've had that for.
Well, we'll forgive you for that if you'll just review Yokohama.
But I want to review it.
Why wouldn't you want to? The game is amazing.
No, I want to review Gold. I have other companies' games that I also need to review.
Yes, but how many of these games are have in their employee base like your inspiration for starting to review games in the first place?
I can't show favoritism, my friend.
Well, not like out loud, but we can.
You can't show favoritism like Lance did when he sent out review copies.
Oh, I told you, man. I'll have a copy set aside for you at Origins.
Okay. Well, I won't get to play it till July when I get back from India. So.
Well,
India.
Yeah, I have to go to India.
Work?
Yep. I get to go to Hyderabad.
I've heard. I was told. Patrick Nichols said that when he was in India, he said that people will try to, when you're in a market or something, they'll notice that you're American and they'll try to hand you things to like buy. They're like, you won't really understand what they're saying, and they'll want to sell you things. He said that you have to walk like this. Like and not, because if you take something out of their hands, that's considered that you just agreed to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you try to hand it back, then they'll like call the police, and they'll like it's just a big mess.
Yeah.
So he said you have to walk like this, and then they'll try to jam stuff in between your arm and the and then you literally just pick up your hands like this and hold them up, and you let it drop to the ground, and you just keep walking.
Wow.
So just keep that in mind if you go sightsee. So you don't.
I'm not going sightseeing at all.
Okay.
I have to work the same hours that I would work here, so I will be sleeping during sunlight and be up at night.
All right. Well, hey, I whenever anybody goes to a different country that I don't think I'll ever get to, I always ask them to get me a coin from that location.
I will bring you back some rupees.
Yeah. So and the largest coin you can find, like I mean like if they have something that's like the size of a 50-cent piece or something, that'd be awesome.
Okay.
So just the largest coin you can find, and I will pay you in American dollars what it is worth.
You don't have to pay me anything because I'm sure the largest coin they have is worth probably what our smallest coin here.
One of the cool. I told my dad went to China. I told him the exact same thing, and he picked up this very, very awesome Chinese coin from a gentleman on the street that was actually like from 1873. That was really cool. And it's like a big, thick, heavy coin. It was awesome. So yeah, just a coin. That's all. I don't collect coins. I just like having weird coins and just. And being able to look at them, because I always look at them and I always wonder where has this coin been? Like what was this coin used to buy? How many pockets has this coin been in? And I like to philosophize on the history of the item, and then and what path that took to get to this point now where it's in my hand and I'm staring at it. I like the idea of things,
I think the largest coin that's available in India is 10 rupees, which literally is about a penny.
Is it the size of your fist? Is it like giant?
I have no idea, but it's the largest denomination of currency I could see here. But then again, they may be like backwards, like the smallest denomination is the biggest coin. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I will bring you back some change from India.
Sweet. And if they have any coins that have a hole in them, like in the center, I like those coins too. So.
All right.
All right, boys. Well, Joel, it was nice of you to pop in and say hi.
My pleasure.
You missed us complaining about Game of Thrones, so.
No, you missed Lance complaining about Game of Thrones.
It was
I-
a mutual complaints.
Okay, wait. So you guys have spoiled everything and talked about it. Can I mention one thing? Because
All right.
all right. So when the thing happens at the end with the door, and what's his name has the vision, and then the other one goes crazy and all that. So everybody's thinking that Bran caused it, right? But I don't think that's what happened. I think. I don't know how much you guys have spoiled, so I'm trying to be careful here.
No, we've all seen it, and people, if they know by now that Game of Thrones is spoiler central for us. So
Okay, so I don't think Bran gave Hodor the vision to make Hodor become who he was and everything. I think Bran was there, and Hodor, when he was a kid, had a vision of the future. When he saw that, when he saw what Bran was seeing, but I don't think Bran gave it to him. I think because if you go in the books, when Bran does this like time travel stuff, he's not time traveling. Like he's going back into this, and it's like very abstract how he describes it, but he's going basically asking the Earth what happened. He goes into the weirwood tree and he says, he gets like the information. It's like he's reading the data from this machine of this planet. That's basically how it's described, and then it's giving him that information. That's why he's connected to the tree and he can do all this stuff. So I think Hodor also was like green, like he was special like that. And so he was connected, and he had a vision to the future, which broke him, from whatever the normal plane of human thought into this other realm. So he had to go and make sure that he was always around, Bran subconsciously the whole time. So I don't think it was like Bran causing this. I think Hodor was actually gifted in this weird one-dimensional way.
No, I actually just go on that. I don't think that Bran tells Hodor in the past.
Yeah.
The thing. I think the point is when he is because during the scene when they keep flashing back and forth to where Bran is at the time, Bran keeps hearing what's going on back there, and she says to him, "I need Hodor." Right. And there's a moment when current day Hodor, his eyes glaze over.
Right.
And I think at the time, because Bran is now like in that twilight between the two times and the two dimensions, that he actually triggers both Hodors at the same time, and that's how Willis sees what happens there, and that's where he gets what his responsibility is. I don't think Bran goes back to tell him.
I want to say something before I forget it. So one of the things that they said about that was that that during that moment when Bran he slips into that weird transitionary, the Max von Sydow, the three-eyed crow. He is, because like when he says he's like it's the time has come for you to become me, and he said, am I ready? And he says no. It's because he hasn't given him all the information, and so at that point there it was supposed to be that he is like they even the creator said he's like basically downloading all the information that normally would take like over the course of several weeks or days or months or whatever, that he'd give him this information, but he's just jamming him full of the past and the information so that Bran will have or know or whatever what he needs to know to do what he has to do. And so that's why Bran is completely out of it. And so, I mean, I can buy into a little bit of the fact that if that's the case, Bran travels, whatever, he goes back to that point where where he sees Hodor or Willis.
Yeah.
And so, but then Willis actually responds. He actually sees him.
I don't think so. I don't know that he does.
Well, but they hint at it a great deal. And
he kind of looks through him though.
Well, I understand that. I mean, maybe he did like kind of the Ned Stark thing where like he said father, and Ned turned around and looked and he wasn't there. Ned didn't see him.
Right.
But the thing is that it's one of those things where it's like he knows something's off,
Right.
and so, I think it's because of the crazy thing where all that information is being jammed into him. There's like a flow over, maybe. I don't know. It's
Yeah, I can see it, but I think it was more like, because if you say that, then it's like all this crazy paradox crap comes into play. But I think it's more like he just happened to go back to the time when Hodor actually has the vision. Like Bran wasn't causing it; he was just witnessing it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody else thinks that.
But it's possible.
Yeah, I kind of do, because the only time that Bran is affected by anything is in the present with that Frost King. You know,
Because he has the same power, I think. The Frost King has like a similar power to Bran, so they're able to like interact.
Well, okay, so here's the deal. So the guy, the Night King, the actor you see where they put they put the shard into his chest and create the White Walker. They create the Night King.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so they do that, and you can kind of tell the actor in that scene is like it kind of looks like the Night King, like the way they've dressed it. Maybe I'm just trying to read it a little bit too much into it.
It could be the same actor. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the thing also about that is that eventually they're going to reveal who that guy is, and maybe he's just a wildling or whatever, But I mean, you have to believe that he's probably going to be. There's something more to him than just random dude that happened to be there, that they happened to capture. I mean, you kind of have to buy into it. So I'm more interested in a way of knowing who, like, the Night King is, like who he was before. What?
I'll tell you. So if you look at the historical book, it doesn't tell you exactly. It's all because it's all very like old knowledge and it's all been lost. But so you had the folks where Daenerys is, where all the humans are, and then there was the children of Forest in Westeros. That's all it was. And then the first men.
I think I remember reading something about that. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So then the first men came, and that's basically the Starks are descendants of that. So the first men came over, and there was a war, like they said in the show, with the children of the men and the first men. But from Essos, where Daenerys is, there's all kinds of crazy crap far east of her. Like that's where Melisandre comes from, and there's different gods and the many-faced god, that whole thing. All of those kind of weird religious types of mystical things all came from that far eastern place of the I don't remember the name of it, but and so they all came west, and so there were these necromancer type of people that were very into, playing with the dead and everything. And so that was one of the early first men, and they came up, and they were kind of like the more evil of that group of first men that first started colonizing Westeros, and they started pushing as far north as they could, and then they, kind of into the heart of where the children were from. And so I almost kind of think that the guy that was made the Night's King wanted to be the Night's King, and they were giving him that gift, and he tried to make a deal or something that said, if you give me this power that I've been seeking, this necromancy, to the 10th level, then I will help you, fight back the humans or something like that. So there's some kind of group of, so these were like the ice religion people, right? They're the ice god. They want to turn everything cold, and there's the fire god. And so these factions split, and they went off, and so what the hell is the Ashai priestess, right? Because they even had one of them in Tyrion talked to one of them, and she started telling Varys, she's like, don't you remember when they cut off your ding dong and you looked in the fire and Relor spoke to you? So it's like these two factions, these like magicians that have splintered off way back when, and these guys are like necromancers that pilgrimed up north and were seeking this power. So yeah. I think he might have wanted to be turned into that, and he was screaming because it hurt and stuff, but anyway.
Well, I don't know, and it's one of those things where it's I don't know. Now there's like the theory, like I said earlier, I mentioned that they're trying to say that it's possibly that Bran is actually the original Bran the Builder.
Right.
And and so they're hinting about the possibility that maybe finally Lady Stoneheart will actually make her appearance. Which would be cool if it did, but who knows if it's going to happen. I read something now where they said that because Jorah Mormont is supposed to go and try to find a cure. They say that he's going to head east, and so he's going to go to all those crazy places that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And so then that's like a possibility as well. Yeah, I don't know. It's cool that they're kind of messing with stuff, but like once again, it's one of those things where it's like they're rushing it. It's just like, who can we kill off? Who can we clear out? And and just move forward. And that's one of the things where I was kind of liking the slower pace, and then now, of course, it's like, yeah, I don't know. It bothers me, and also it bothers me that it's like, oh, well, so it's the White Walkers. It's like this big giant. These are these like just malevolent creatures that we've just kind of been in fear of and didn't really know anything about, and it's something that we, everybody's been watching. And oh, by the way, this is how they came about. And it was just kind of like,
I guarantee there's more to that though than just that.
Well, I know, but I mean, it was just like, and it was like a huge reveal, and it didn't matter at all. It was just, I don't know. It was like,
yeah. I don't know. I disagree about the pacing. I'm finding this season to be one of the better seasons, but.
Well, you're wrong.
I'm having fun watching it. So
I don't know. It's just it's seriously, it's like what, they just killed off all of Dorne basically, and just like
that. You're right. That they need to revisit that, because it's like, okay, and you know what? I will definitely agree with you that the whole the Greyjoy thing is just like, whew, like it just took like what, I don't know what's going on there, because that's not like how it is in the book at all.
Well, no, there's no Victarion, and Victarion is like
nobody steals all 1,000 ships and leaves Euron all by himself with like 10 people. That doesn't happen at all.
No, not at all. And one of the coolest moments in Dance with Dragons is that thing where the big giant battle is just getting started, and all of a sudden they hear the cry of basically the Viking horns, and they look, and here's Victarion's fleet just pouring into the bay, and so it's like, and you have no idea what Victarion's going to do in that situation, and it's just like it just, I don't know. It's like anyway. So here, this is actually the Night King. According to stories told in the books, the Night King is actually a member of the Night's Watch. He lived thousands of years ago and served as Lord Commander shortly after the creation of the Wall.
What?
He was I'm looking on the wiki. He was only the 13th Lord Commander, and considering Jon Snow was the 998th, that's a long time ago. He fell in love with a mysterious woman who had ice-cold skin that was as white as the moon and also had eyes like blue stars. He married her and brought her back to the Night's Watch stronghold, Nightfort, where he ruled with her as self-declared king for over a decade. It was a violent, terrifying rule, and he allegedly made sacrifices to the White Walkers in that time. He was only overthrown when the King in the North and the King beyond the Wall joined forces to take him down. In the books, the story is told to Bran by Old Nan, who also claims the Night's King was brother to the King in the North, making him a Stark. So, there you go. But a lot of that stuff contradicts, what we already know too, because I don't know. It's who knows? Like they said that, like the way that they're going with the books, with the story is not going to be the way the books play out. So, it's they're just kind of doing whatever they want to now. So.
Well, would you rather them go with the books and spoil the last book for you, or
I don't know. I'd rather they just did a better job. Like I said, it started off being amazing, and now it's just it's just really good instead of amazing.
Oh God.
What?
That's so like just nitpicky. It's only really good.
That's nitpicking, isn't it? It's nitpicking.
Yeah,
Complete
it's
nitpicking.
and I watched Preacher, and I'm still up. I'm undecided.
I haven't watched it yet. I'm gonna watch this weekend. Have you read the comic?
Oh, I read the whole thing.
Yeah, me too.
Um,
I liked it
it's
until the very end. The very end was stupid, but it was really good until then.
what didn't you like about the end?
I just didn't like the whole like the one dude kills whatever. I don't want to spoil for anybody, but you know the one guy
Whatever.
that
The comic book's been out for like 20 years. It's like
right,
you can't spoil it. What?
the guy kills God or whatever,
Yeah,
and
and
then
becomes God because he
yeah,
takes his spot.
who's
The
the
saint
Clint
of
Eastwood
the
character?
saint of all killers
Yeah, and then the Irish dude.
makes a deal with God to become human.
Yeah. I
And
just didn't like how it went like that. It's kind of just went that direction really fast, and it spent too much time with Arseface at the end too. Like that was cool, like when they first introduced him and he was getting abused and stuff, and that was kind of an interesting sort of side storyline. But then they just like hung out with that character like way too much. It was like I no longer give a crap about this kid, you know.
Preacher kind of lost its way around like the fifth or like sixth season.
Yeah.
It kind of It's
It-
like
Yeah.
it kind of just went. I don't know. Season I shouldn't say, but like I read the graphic novels, so like the fourth or fifth graphic novel, it kind of lost its way for a little while and just wasn't really interesting. I mean, it was really really good for a while.
Right.
It was over the top violent. It was really strange and characters and yeah, I don't know it. But then I agree. It was just like, well, let's have like 7 comics about Arseface and talk about him doing his ridiculousness and
Right.
and then
wrapped up in like, oh, okay, this guy he kills God and becomes God. Okay, the end. What? And like the actual preacher, he wasn't even really that relevant towards the end. You know?
No,
I mean,
it came down to basically him beating the hell out of his best friend for sleeping with his girlfriend and keeping her drugged up because he convinced her that he was dead.
right.
And then for a while, and then and just basically, I don't know. It was, I mean, they had great characters. I mean, the Cassidy was a great character, and then it was just kind of
He was.
dumb. Yeah, and then he just became dumb.
Yeah.
It was just like, and then the big thing with them like fighting or whatever was just kind of like,
Yeah.
and with Star just sitting there waiting to like shoot him, but didn't do it for a while. I mean, I don't know. It just
He just got all Dave Sim. I call it the Dave Sim complex.
Oh, like he had a bigger story to tell, and like a lot of symbolism and whatever.
And, like, lost his mind. Like Cerberus was awesome for like all the way through Church and State, and then he started like getting on his high horse about.
He had his causes, and then he had to do his thing.
Yeah, I guess he's like I got money, I'm popular. Now I'm gonna delve into the depths of philosophy and just mind screw everybody with this garbage. Like, obviously the preacher wasn't that bad, but Ennis has like that tendency. You ever read The Boys or?
Yeah.
I mean, that was that one's way ridiculous. It's like he's trying to write Watchmen, but do it like in an X-rated way, And then that one also got, towards the end, was just like, hey, let's build in all this conspiracy theory, 9/11 crap at the end. And I was like, oh my God, dude, what are you doing? Like, you're just going nuts here.
Yeah, The Boys were, it's good start and then, fall apart.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It'll be interesting. I mean, how about the fact that like when Jesse just basically forgot that he had the voice of God for like 26 comics.
Yeah.
Just did nothing with that power.
He never used it again.
Anyway, these guys are listening to us ramble on about stuff, and Yeah, but okay. Sorry, Anthony.
I'm like 20 minutes ago. I'm going to bed. No, wait, we're going to sign off, and then
All right, so
Don't do me.
to the tens in attendance and the hundreds watching around the world. No, thank you as always, everyone who taking the time to watch us for Lord knows what reason. Thank you, Joel Eddy, for I don't know,
Hanging out.
yeah, hanging out and taking time out of your busy schedule of not reviewing Guilds of London, and coming on to talk. And Barry, Jabba,
Yes.
just you looking forward to Origins?
Sure. Yeah, I am actually.
Good. I'll see you there. Anthony, I will not see you at Origins.
no,
But you have fun in India.
I'll talk to you before then.
I know, but you got to figure out how to log in from there and join us.
I will do my best.
Yes. Thank you to the stalwart faithful. That tune in, the Pauls, the Kabuki kids, the Chris Peaches, Lord Javi, who I want to know his real name, but Lord Javi. Sir Bob was even on for a little while, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, so and then for those of you who are listening after the fact, thank you very much for that as well. So.
Fetch me Joe Wiggins.
Bring me Joe Wiggins. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
All right.